Moonchild in the mirror with the gold on. Sick of smoke spinning with the lights low. She said everybody want a soul now, but they sold theirs for a viral. Whole room feel like a portal. Face hit deep like a wardrobe. Black guys back in the mortal. She moves smooth like a stone cone. Tobacco burn slow. Let the ancestors talk through the smoke. She said don't give your heart to the code. They gon' try to turn love into post, but I know what you hold. I can see ancient stars in your glow. When the whole simulation get cold, you the fight and remember the old. Moonchild, you've been running through my dreams all night. Brown skin shining like an eclipse outside. Whole world fake, but your spirit don't lie. Moonchild, come and break this timeline with me. We can make these dead worlds feel free. Love like gods in the best century. She don't want fame, she want freedom. She don't chase trends, she can read them. She see the spell in the media. She know the truth when she feel it. Generations and I'm off the phone like everybody scared of their own mind. We just need rhythm and soul ties to bring back what they stole from the bloodline. Tobacco burn slow. Let the ancestors talk through the smoke. She said don't give your heart to the code. They gon' try to turn love into post, but I know what you hold. I can see ancient stars in your glow. When the whole simulation get cold, you the fire that remember the old. Moonchild, you've been running through my dreams all night. Brown skin shining like an eclipse outside. Whole world fake, but your spirit don't lie. Moonchild, come and break this timeline with me. We can make these dead worlds feel free. Love like gods in the best century. And when the city fall quiet, we gon' rise through the sirens. Aeons been we align it. No more running from the silence. You my ritual, my reminder, my black star, my divine one. If this world end by morning, I found heaven in your timing. Moonchild, you've been running through my dreams all night. Brown skin shining like an eclipse outside. Whole world fake, but your spirit don't lie. Moonchild, come and break this timeline with me. We can make these dead worlds feel free. Love like gods in the best century.
All right. Peace and chaos. Peace and chaos. Can y'all hear me? See what's up with this thing. We are back. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Trying to put the background in. How y'all liking the track? Let me know how y'all liking the track real quick. This thing will not let me do it. Hold on. We might not have a background for the day, but put a thumbs up if you're feeling the new single. Just gonna put this up here. All right, it's gonna rock out like that. You said who's the artist? That was AI. That was AI. You could say I was the artist because I wrote the lyrics. Okay, it did put the background up. All right. It did somehow put the background up. All right, we back. We are back, family. We are back. Peace and chaos. Welcome, Nagas and Fangs, all of the family tapped in across YouTube, and every listener returning to build with your boy today. You know, every time I get an opportunity to put this information out, I carry gratitude because I know there are people out there searching for something beyond the recycled narratives. or the prefabricated thought systems. There are some highly advanced souls out here, and they're looking for exit modules, or they're trying to refine their perception of getting out of this confinement. And these particular people mainly are the ones who recover the parts of themselves buried beneath the distraction, all of this social conditioning, in the constant static of the manufactured realities. So we must understand that knowledge is a privilege, as I always say. So to be able to receive occult knowledge from someone hundreds, thousands of miles away is truly a magical phenomenon, because the timelines are now able to accelerate to its higher plateau. Whereas some civilizations here or there had to figure out by going inward via observing nature. Now you are privileged because you have access to a lot more avenues to evolve in this sector of the timeline. So never take for granted what's available to you. Just a little bit of announcements. Make sure you go to Magic Lacra's YouTube channel. Our brother George, YouTube. We did a recent interview, covered a lot of events that I'm going to go rehash today, add some layers to it. And I also was on Forbidden Knowledge News podcast with Chris Matthew. We did the video simulation timelines and archon traps. That was a pretty decent video, so make sure you review that one as well. We also did a 5-hour lecture about a week ago on Patreon. If you're not on my Patreon, you need to be on it. Patreon.com/THE_spiritual shade room. You should see the true occult, not the true occult newspaper. I'm about to say occult knowledge. The true occult newspaper. If you see that, you're in the right place. I'm also still shipping out shamanic tobacco. The shamanic tobacco is picking up. A lot of people are loving that. And I'm still doing Vedic astrological birth charts. You can email me at startribe777@gmail.com. We have a lot of that to go over today. What's going on, Donut? I see you up in there, brother. There might be a big podcast coming in the next couple of days. Might be a big podcast y'all got to look out for. I'm going to keep my lips sealed, but something big might be coming. So let's get into it. There's a lot of things I want to talk about. This is Future Aeons Decoded. We have to get it popping. We have to get it popping. What's up with these data centers? Data centers. What is up with these things? I'm looking at them as some type of archonic, invisible temple of the New World Order. They just announced here in South Carolina, they're going to start building them. They're investing billions of dollars, millions of dollars in sectors of South Carolina. There's a lot of unclaimed land here with our ancestors in the dirt. I always speak about the huduology of those ancestors, of the forgotten slaves who passed away on these lands. The energy is still there, and they need that land to install these data centers to charge up their archonic networks, extract life force, and things of that aspect. If you want to purchase the shamanic tobacco, you just email me at startribe77@gmail.com, or you can just reach me. You can reach me, honey. You can hit me up. If y'all got me on social media or Patreon, just reach out to me. Let me give some shout outs before I get in. Well, I see Cherry up in there. What's up, Goddess? The beautiful Goddess Cherry. I see Honey. I see Travis. I see Odessa, Brian, Jarvian. I see a lot of my family. I see you, Soul. I see you up in there. Who else? Joe Salvador, Janae, the goddess Janae. I see Cosmic Crystal. Just shouting out some people before we get it going. Maurice Miller says, are the data centers gonna superpower Colossus, the supercomputer, when it's fully built in Memphis like a CPU? I'm not sure. You said the fact that they have clean, fresh water and it's starting to mess up the water is wild. What's up, Six? I see you up in there. Yeah, so the data centers, they're taking small rural places over with occult hyperchemical vessel technology, where they're installing their egregores to become a non-organic Yasad mirror to contact outer intelligences with gateway rituals through the discharge of the servers consuming life force from the water, the land, and the natural materials fed to install its memory core from those ancestors in the land. So they're using CERN in each data center on specific ley lines on longitudinal, latitudinal regions are here to build their lapis exilis. They want to astrally stargaze into the phantasma of praeter-human intelligence zones. Excuse me, guys. Drop my phone over here. But they want to connect to the astral planes between the digital layers and the physical, so that these areas become magical mirrors on specific cities to that of the Kabbalists and the sorcerers that can collectively obtain what's called oracular gnosis. We got to talk about what that is. Oracular gnosis. And this oracular gnosis is visions of hypostatic precipitation of astral residue that isn't human. This is the occult reality of what they're really doing and what data centers are really being used for, and why water conversion, water has the spirit. I talked to someone about that, the Nakshatra Purva Ashada of Apis, the water goddess, and the significance of what water is. Extracting the memory of water is why it's going bad in the places that are near these data centers. And that is a parasitical extraction of the life force there to trade it for access to the kalas of the simulation overlords. So some people call that the woo side of it, but we have the other side as well. So apparently people are attacking the data centers. I think I saw that in Michigan. You said the water is being traded on the Dow Jones, and Bill, who, and Nestle are trying to get patents on fresh water, right? Other people continue speaking about data centers as if they are these oversized warehouses filled with processors and cooling systems. But history suggests something far larger is unfolding underneath the concrete. Every age eventually reveals the material skeleton behind a power structure. And there is usually a period where people fail to recognize what they are seeing, because the transition of new archonic factors arrives wearing ordinary clothes. There used to be sea trade empires that disguised themselves as trade routes before it was revealed that they were really instruments of territorial command. There were industrial empires disguised as factories before entire societies began reorganizing around steel rail systems and different extraction corridors. So the digital age spent nearly 3 decades presenting itself as something weightless, harmless, something that supposedly lived in the invisible, called the cloud. They call it the cloud, floating somewhere beyond these geographies beyond land or beyond old forms of political territory, until suddenly, boom, the abstraction hits the ground running, and now is demanding enormous quantities of electricity. It's demanding the rivers, the lakes for cooling itself down, the mineral chains, the zones between regions, tax incentives, and security parameters, entire stretches of land just to sustain a machine whose appetite is expanding faster than the public mythology. So now the cloud, quote unquote, has touched Earth and exposed itself as a heavy industry. You can look into Frank Herbert, who is showing you this in the Dune. If you look up the, what are they called? Butlerian Jihad. The Butlerian Jihad was in the Dune series. We broke down Dune, by the way. Did the new season of Dune come out yet? Somebody put it in the chat if the new season of Dune is out. Because I heard them talking about it, but I didn't check to see if it was actually out. But some of these sci-fi books are grimoires. What's up, Miss Aline? Miss Aline says, hi, Ani and family. They are building data centers in PG County, in Maryland, in Fairfax, Virginia, and I live in DC. Okay, B-Source said no, it hasn't come out yet. How's my mic? Is my mic good? Give me a thumbs up if the mic is good. So make sure I ain't jank nothing, yanked it out the system or something. He said farming will go to shit because parts of the USA already are under drought unless there's more water than what they tell us. Thank y'all. So Frank Herbert was speaking about this Butlerian Jihad in his book and franchise material. He was saying it was never really warning about a future where machines wake up and suddenly decide to enslave humanity. The machine is almost incidental. The deeper warning sits with people themselves in the tendency of archonic, possessed human beings that have slowly transferred pieces of their own judgment into external systems until dependence starts feeling natural. And after enough of that happens, people begin staring at the technology as if the technology somehow became their ruler, while the actual hands arranging the system actually disappear from view. The machine becomes the face everybody argues about, while the larger arrangement is surrounding it and slipping into the background unnoticed. This is why in the Dune series, the Bene Gesserit, which is the witches, the Bene Gesserit were those women I talked about in the beginning of time. I talked about those melanated women that didn't need to speak. It was a language called Krypton. It was telepathic languages that we actually spoke through. And in the series, only women could speak this language until a male was born. The Christ was born. One male gained that ability. And they had to unite two houses for that to happen. But the Bene Gesserit matters because Herbert understood that power rarely survives through force by itself. People usually imagine control as something obvious and confrontational, but human beings have always been guided by stories, symbols, and repeated assumptions that eventually stop feeling like stories at all. They begin feeling like reality. So in a technological world, that process starts looking less like the priests and prophets of old times and more like what these algorithms, these recommendation systems and digital personalities of streams of information, which continuously place certain things in front of our eyes while quietly pushing other things away. And before long, people are simply consuming information, and that information arranges a emotional and psychological landscape in which all things moves through. So that's what's actually occurring. With the B'nai Jesuit, there was something called the Bolerian Jihad. Now, this Bolerian Jihad, it occurred because there was a ban on something called the thinking machines, which is critical for you understanding the Doom story, that they outlawed in the Dune material what's called thinking machines, which would be AI today. You know, so there was a law or a commandment, like a biblical commandment, quote, "Thou shalt not make a machine in the likeness of a human mind." So this happens thousands of years before Paul Atreides, who becomes the Christ, that first male that's able to use this krypton, this telepathic language, or this sorcery that the B'nai Jesuit has to control your mind and make you do things, which was the third eye, the whole Horus history behind the third eye. So humanity in the book concluded that dependence on machine intelligence created a form of enslavement where people were surrendered to judgment and sovereignty to artificial systems. So after these things clashed, the war machines, which became outlawed, they developed groups to mediate humanity, like the B'nai Jesuit, the Spacing Guild, and other parts of the story. So the Bolerian Jihad was something larger than robots fighting humans. It becomes a question of sovereignty of the spirit. What happens when tools stop serving people and people begin reorganizing themselves around the tools? Herbert was questioning this. He was trying to make a concern of concentrated power and how this power will ultimately cause the surrender of human agency. This is the discussion of AI right now. You say Philip K. Dick championed that theme. Yeah. So all of them, they were like the oracles or the mouthpiece of the grimoire. Sci-fi becomes the hyperstitional stripped for these billionaires actually to bring these things in existence. You have to realize how important sci-fi is. When you're reading sci-fi or you're watching these TV series, like we're going to get into from the TV series From on the network Epics. We're going to talk about The Boys on Amazon. So these things are really hyperstitional. Got to know that. Make sure you're liking the video. So a former OpenAI executive says the truth is we're building portals from which we're genuinely summoning aliens. The portals currently exist in the US and China, and Sam Altman has added one in the Middle East. It's the most reckless thing that has ever been done. So data centers are the new demonic portal. So they couldn't really build enough CERN technological advancements in areas to do what they wanted to do quickly within the next 50 years. So what they did was, okay, let's pivot. Let's just start building these data centers. And if you read Reddit and a lot of people talking on Twitter, not everyone is against it. Like I was reading one article, they were saying, yeah, data centers is like free money to people that live in these barren places with farm area and shit. It's like giving free money. And I was like, oh, okay. So that's why they really push that narrative, or that could be a bot. There's a lot of bots on the internet. So they built these data centers for a reason, and they could be coming to an area near you. So you have to bring awareness, make sure you're doing your spiritual practice. We got an excellent lecture, some methodologies and practical things you can do. You need to be in tune with your spirituality, because this thing is coming. Said, Ani, did you see the viral videos talking about these 5-digit quantum codes? I haven't. Y'all send it to me. It says smart cities too. Yeah, smart cities as well. I want to talk about Shukra. But before I get into that, I want to let me cover something. I want to get into some of this timeline stuff. So the locus in Vedic astrology is comparative to illustrations during the Renaissance era and the Kabbalah in the Qliphoth, the simulation timelines, which is emanationism. So this is the behavior of semiotic language. Semiotic language is symbols as a language. So semiotic language is symbols as language. So this behaves more than the standard Freemasonic ladder. This is what is simulating. What the Freemasonic ladder is Kabbalistic. It's the locus. It's Qliphothic inversionism of the Sabbatean Frankism that we've covered on this channel. That whole singularity. Heavens and hells, levels of the heavens and hells. This is a harping of cosmological weaving where consciousness descends into this density state, yet it forgets itself through these experiences that we absorb. And it gradually remembers itself through successful strata of tantalizing perceptions of states in the awareness. So the Sephiroth ladder, which is this ladder where my arrow is showing you, the lighter side of it is called the ladder of lights to heaven. Hold on one second, guys. This thing is aggravating me. So you have one that became the system that the Sabbateans wanted to utilize to ensnare and trap people further, because they thought they were seeing the brilliance behind the simulation timeline. Is truly emanation in form. So what you're looking at is how the likeness of the false creator emanates itself into the 3D. Okay. You said it's giving Stranger Things. This is what Stranger Things was about. It was all Kabbalah. We broke that down on Patreon. That season 5, we broke all of that down, the upside down, dimension X. All of that is Qliphoth, Kabbalistic things. So once it becomes emanationism in form, it becomes the stages where awareness will condense itself from the purely undivided intelligence of the higher plasma Aeons. And then it folds back down into the embodied existence. While the Qliphoth area down here, the inversion reflection of it, it becomes the chambers of our psychic sediments, where fragments of our fake identity, our fears, the astral memory of the incarnation cycles, the desires in those simulated soul cycles, and the fixations accumulate around the soul like mineral deposits around a crystal core. That was some deep ass shit. So the locus also simulate this in the Veda systems. They sit between these movements as uninhabited dream geographies where the consciousness repeatedly is entering these different conditions of existence and mistakes the scenery for the ultimate reality. So each realm that you see here, Swagaloka, Satyaloka, which is the Satya Yuga, this is where we're trying to obtain This is even beyond states of the cosmos in heaven. Swargaloka is like where beyond the firmament they're trying to penetrate. You got Bhuvaloka, it goes all the way down till you get to the sleeping Vishnu, which is us. That's us at the bottom. We're dreaming. This is Malkuth right here where the earth is. You're dreaming all of this. These are emanations, reflections, and inversions of inflections stacked up on each other, which becomes, I showed in a lecture, that's what the quantum computer is. When you actually look at it, you see it, put a thumbs up. It's really high science. As above, so below. So it looks like Dante's Inferno. Right. Stairway of Heaven. So each realm is a theater of participation where our awareness puts on mask through our egos, longing for names, longing for history and allegiances, and that happens until the costume slowly becomes mistaken for who's wearing it. Wow. Wow. This is definitely a replay video. It's at the Tower of Babel, huh? Right. You're sold, which is the moon on the Kabbalah. I know they don't got no damn company named You're Sold. See what I'm saying? They ain't playing no games with it. They even got look like they got an entity. They don't made You're Sold into a goddamn entity. God damn, that look archonic. You gotta open it. I hope it ain't nine. It's probably a goddamn virus or something. Yeah, I shouldn't have clicked that. All those classes you have on phishing, PHISH. Yeah, who has those phishing classes? Who work for these companies? Don't click on things. That is so funny. That is hilarious. But what is your soul? Your soul is the moon. It's the understanding what the moon does. What is the moon doing? Somebody asks, Balance Touch asks, could each rim represent a Naga serpent that protects Vishnu and Buddha? Each rim represent a Naga serpent. That's not the original mythology, but I get what you're saying. Yeah, the moon and DreamWorks, fishing for souls. But I was showing how DreamWorks, the logo of DreamWorks, speaking of this whole thing with Michael Jackson in the new Michael Jackson biography movie. They got the boy fishing for souls on the moon. This is representative of your soul. This is astrology, what the moon really does. But if you look up Netherland, not Netherland, Neverland. It was a I think it's Neverland. Yeah, Neverland. See that? That's where they originally got that from. This existed before DreamWorks. So they actually took the logo from Michael Jackson, who is the greatest Moonchild we ever seen in existence. Yeah, there's the photo of it. They actually took that and converted it, but this is your soul. This is the simulation fishing for souls, and why we got so trapped in the false aeons. Yeah, you notice, yeah, he's famous for the moonwalk, and then we had the Artemis moon mission recently, the fake moon mission that we covered on Patreon. So your soul is the moon's psychic impressions on our minds. It is the inverted reflection of all of what is, because it's a psychic archive where the semiotic library of collective impressions become assembled into the moving pictures people call reality. This becomes the machinery of the soul cycle trap, because consciousness will enter the archive here and fro, and it will encounter reflections of itself, then gradually develop attachment to the reflections. The inverted current beneath it all will strengthen these identifications with the image rather than the source behind the image. So something is casting something, and we're focusing on what's being casted, not what's casting it. These become aeonic cycles that then begin behaving like repeating mythic climate systems that move through consciousness itself. Entire civilizations rise inside those atmospheres that produce gods, in which these gods produce systems which gives way to ideologies, identities, then dissolve back into the psychic memory before emerging again under different names. So this is the extraction of the soul light, the yakada, the real UFO, which we'll cover some of that UFO debriefing in a few slides here. The extraction of this soul light is an act of recollection. It's an action of recollection, or I'm pronouncing that wrong. It's an act of recollection rather than escaping it. So Kether, at the top of the Kabbalah, operates as the primordial remembrance. Then you have Tifereth, which is the son of the Kabbalah. So you have the moon as your soul. You have Tefereth as the energy of the sun, is where scattered identities in Tefereth is scattered identities that become gathered into a coherent center. And then it's projected down here where Vishnu sleeps. Malkuth, or the third dimension, it becomes the projections membrane where all of these inner conditions crystallize into a lived experience. So the lokas all are concentric chambers of the soul trap, unfolding inside a single field of your mind. And the movement across these worlds is a process of recovering the continuity beneath fragmentation. Consciousness will stop wandering through unsuccessful mirrors. Let me repeat. This is good. This is big. I remember writing this. Consciousness will stop wandering through unsuccessful mirrors when it recognizes the hand holding the mirror itself. What that hand is attached to is the future aeon of it relieving itself from fragmenting and dividing its divine somatenesis. If you don't know what that word somatenesis means, it means the psychic fixation of the impulses that the soul give. So it's going to be a fire video? Absolutely. The Adept Moore says, would it be fair to say MJ was attempting to save souls with his logo? Well, I would say his intention could have been that he was trying to save souls. The logo, I mean, if you look into the story of Peter Pan is actually a very demiurgic figure. Captain Hook is actually the hero in Peter Pan. When you read, there's a new Peter Pan movie that came out, I think in 2025. Peter Pan was trying to take kids and had, there you go, Peter Pan's Neverland Nightmare. This is the real story of Peter Pan. He was trying to take kids and offer them immortality by being a part of his whole realm. That's the demiurge. When you look into these ideations, most of the time the enemy or the villain turns out to be the real goddamn hero. You see what I'm saying? She is Moon Feather says, does the soul belong to this 3D and our spirit is from the source of the pleroma? The soul belongs to the pleroma and the spirit is the condition, the environment that the soul travels through. Keynote. So the 14 locust reminds me of the pillars of the Hindu temples. Right. Say Panic talked about Captain Hook being a savior. Right. You said, can you repeat that? I can't remember what I just said. I just channeled it at the moment. I think I said the soul belongs to the pleroma and the spirit is the environment in which the soul travels through. But it's a little bit more explanative than that, but that's a simplification of what the explanative is. You said, oddly enough, certain species of crocodiles are said to be ageless, thus immortal. The crocodile eats the clock, Chronos. You know, the original symbol of Saturn is a crocodile and not a goat. When I saw that in Vedic astrology, I was like, that's crazy. So that's why I just read what you said. Said the controllers flip the strip. The truth is tumbling out. So ultimately, this is the map of illusion. Let me exit out some of these. Ultimately, this is a map of, not illusion, amnesia. What you're looking at right here is a map of amnesia and remembrance at the same time, unfolding simultaneously, to sum it up. So every aeon, every level presents a new symbolic garment and gives the same seduction that you shall become the role. You will also become the wound given from hardship. Then you will become the memory of what's lived. Then you will become the mask of misunderstanding the true source. The ascent rests in us recognizing that the witness moving through the worlds carries the same luminosity before entering them and still carries it after leaving them. Now, what's actually blinding the soul from recognizing that? You have to uncover Yotish science of astrology, Vedic astrology. And Vedic astrology is not tropical astrology. Some people get tropical astrology mixed up with Vedic. I had to do a spiritual consultation. By the way, I still do consultations as well. You can email me at startribe777 gmail.com. Some of you guys asking questions. But someone really thought that tropical astrology is Vedic astrology. And I probably thought that years ago as well. But Jyotish is a completely different science. It's 23 degrees backwards than anything that's solar based. Anything that's solar based. So when you uncover what Jyotish, the science, the true science of light really is, you get a sound methodology of what this amnesia is happening during these yugas that I'm showing, because the mind represents the moon in your Vedic chart, and the mind goes through, you got to listen to this. The mind is going through these yugas, looking at itself, is mapping itself through the yugas to figure out how to get to Satya Yuga or Satya Loka. It's trying to look at itself and remember what it remembered before the dream, so it can achieve illumination and get up out of what the illusion is. That is what Jyotish, the whole story of Jyotish is centered around Chandra, which is the moon. But you got to study the other gurus, the other luminaries, to the story of what Chandra is. Because Chandra, anything close to the moon, when you look at somebody's moon in their chart, is relative to what is happening on Earth right now. Okay, so this is the reptilian eye module lesson for the day. Those who are on Patreon know what I'm talking about. You'll hear about Lucifer. The real name, the Lucifer never existed in history. This is a fairly new name. The real name was Hillel ben Shahar. It's a Hebraic name, but is known to us in the West as Venus. You hear about Venus or Shukra in the East. In Vedic mythology, Shukra is called the Asura guru. The Asuras, or the Asuras, Asura, Asura, you could pronounce it either way. They're these beings, these powerful primordial beings that existed before the gods. They were filled of ambition, mastery, desire, and sovereignty, who constantly contended with the Horians of that timeline. I defined this term on Patreon. The Horians are a species of Horus. So when they speak about Horus in different Egyptian hieroglyphs, Horus isn't just an Egyptian god, is a species of a light being, is a different type of light during different ages, different simulation timelines, where the soul cycles in the yugas is showing what light was obtained through that light being and what light wasn't obtained. You see? So the Horian, we are a new Horian species in this yuga that we're in right now. And so you got the Asuras and the Devas, they fight every day. They're fighting through the months constantly over dominion over our consciousness, or consciousness in general. It's not about fucking humans. Consciousness is just awareness across the multiverse. What are things aware of? Things, people, beings, whatever. Or the plasma. You could say the plasma is the consciousness, and Shukra becomes the guru of the Asuras. Guru meaning he governs the realms of hidden sciences, worldly power, seduction, wealth, and the knowledge buried beneath ordinary morality. You can see why they can construe him with Lucifer. He is the keeper of unseen, refined progression and of resurrection knowledge of immortality. He is the one who crossed into the chambers of death itself and returned, carrying Rita Sanjivani, Rita Sanjavoni Vidya, meaning that Shukra in your chart is teaching you that desire, beauty, pleasure, attraction, and even suffering can become the alchemical waters capable of restoring life to the soul. That's an exclamation point in understanding where Venus is in your chart. Venus is a guru planet. Very important to see where your Venus is. Very important to see where Jupiter is. You said, so what type of light does Horus in this yuga give? We talked about that. It depends on what type of species of Horus you are, but the new Horian, which is called the new god, is introducing a future Aeon. It is the newer Horian species. That's why a lot of these YNs, they have to poison the water, put the data centers out there. Their consciousness will refine the entire yuga and take us out the damn simulation. And they're dying quickly. You can see a lot of Gen Z haven't really studied Generation Alpha. They die quickly, but they come back quickly because the light is sustained. Now, you can die and pop up 50 years in the future. A lot of people don't know how time works. It doesn't work in a right to left way. You can end up anywhere in the timelines, but a lot of them come right back to this timelines because they're trying to sustain and break this thing, break the chain of this thing. So some people are tasked to jobs of destroying timelines. Like myself, I got Rahu in the second house with Jupiter. I'm obsessed with exposing the truth. Rahu is going to tell you what's amplified in your chart, your obsessions, your desires. I have a strong desire to expose the truth. You guys have been seeing me. I've been here for 10 years trying to tell you what this shit is. Okay, so Shukra. In Hebrew, hold on, let me read this real quick. Shukra or Venus rules Taurus, Libra, and the nakshatras, which are the lunar mansions. So look at the zodiac signs as different states in the country. And then look at nakshatras as the mansions, you know, the big houses. If you're looking at a map, wherever the nakshatras are, which is 27 of them, they're like the big mansions, people who are very wealthy. All like 100 or 500 acres around that mansion is based on how that person thinks. They control wherever that mansion is in that state, and whatever is around it. If you drive down the road, you go to another mansion or another nakshatra within the state, the terrain will change based on what the nakshatra's energy is based upon. It could be a death nakshatra. So that's just a way to look at it. But Venus rules Taurus, Libra, in the nakshatras Bharani, Purva Falguni. By the way, my moon is Purva Falguni. I am Venus exalted in my chart. In Purva Ashada. So I have Venus exalted and I have Jupiter exalted. Very blessed person. Venus is known as Shukra in Sanskrit. Venus is a male deity in the Vedas, the teacher of the Rakshakshas, the demons. The demons in Vedic astrology are highly evolved souls. By the way, I can look at your chart to see if you're a Rakshaksha, a Manusha, or a Deva. But the demons ain't a demon in the Christian pantheon. The demon in Vedic astrology are highly evolved souls who have lost the purpose of life. We as humans are mostly demonic in nature, as we are looking for self-promotion and glory. Venus, as the advisor of the demons, is a spiritual teacher who guides the demons towards their lost soul. Venus stands for refinement in human desires and deals with procreation. By the way, Shukra means sperm. But it's definitely connected to sexuality. Venus stands for refinement of human desires and deals with procreation and life on earth. It will give you pleasures and fulfill your desires, however outrageous they may be. The one thing Venus cannot do is avert your karma or make you happy. In some ways, the excessive materialism of Venus makes you realize that no amount of earthly trappings can bring you true happiness. You see? And yeah, all of this, y'all talking about plasma in the chat. This is all about plasma. This is the different states. I don't believe there's no physical planets out there. All of the planets are plasmas, and the different levels of the plasma down in Swagger, Loka, Buloka, where we're at or above us, really has control of the continuity of consciousness / awareness on what the attention feeds upon. Then there's higher plasma that takes us out of that, beyond the simulation. Now, people don't know in Hebrew, Venus is called Naga. Naga is called the bright one in the Hebraic text, the shining radiance from the soul's light. That's wild right there. Naga is called the bright one. In Setswana, Naga means serpent. The same sound of that word carries brightness in the tongue, and serpent and glossolalia. Glossolalia is the language of the angels. You ever heard somebody speaking in tongues? In Setswana and Vedic, in the Vedas, that they were speaking the serpent's tongue, or they were speaking a light language, because serpent can be converted into light in other traditions. It doesn't mean the devil in every tradition. In Christology, may mean, you know, the serpent is the devil or the deceiver. But even in other Gnostic themes, that same deceiver is what the false creator is telling you is the deceiver, whereas he's the fucking deceiver by telling you what the deceiver is. So you just got to have awareness. So Naga sounds like Naga to me. And you get the gleaming jewel eye of the serpent, the luminous reptilian gaze, hidden in plain sight between the pocket dimensions that humans can't fathom. That's what it is, the gleaming light. So in Sota lore and Ganyapa, it points to the bright hued serpent, the shining water being whose power rises from the deep. So Venus in this matter is the planetary priest of beauty, moisture, fertility, and aquatic magnetism. The Nagas are elder serpent intelligences of the same water element. So the bright serpent eye is Venusian, and it draws force from the similar current that governs this shimmer, which to mortals become seduced by, and they are tricked to become fractalized into souls, entering down in the demiurge creation. And that's what happened in the first place. Lucifer, the reflection or the ornament of gleaming perception. So that is why the all-seeing eye matters to the cryptocratic secret orders. It is the jeweled serpent eye placed above the world as the symbol of the illuminated control over existence. Illuminati is the bright serpent Nexium, the shining eye of the Shitahori, or which in South African language called the Watcher, dressed as enlightenment. The serpent comes from the water, shines at the surface, changes form, and gains strength under the high sun. Venus also carries that strength around midday in traditional astrological logic from the sun. The diamond in the sky, ancients could see it before the star vault moved from our eyesight, our physical eyesight. We can't see Venus as the diamond in the sky as they could. So this is the hidden gnosis. Astrology reveals how symbols speak across language, folklore, planets, and secret society imagery. Naga, serpent. Shukra is the shine. Venus is the source of all of what gleams, physically and metaphysically. So these are just some nuggets on the true mysteries behind Lucifer, the serpent, Venus, and the one-eye symbolism. So on Patreon, last week, we were digging deep into soul cycle simulation timelines, how to liberate yourself out of the 3D permanently, etc. We did a 5-hour lecture, as I said, called Hoodoo Aeons. I'll show the graphics of that later to capture the essence of what we will cover in the lecture for you all today. Now, before I transition, I want to show you a Yotish chart of a person based on their placements that is trapped completely in a simulation timeline. Can I do that for y'all? Put a 1 in the chat if you want to see. I'll move past this if y'all don't want to see it. I'll move past it. We can get into some. Do I got hyperlucidity next? We can get it. We can. Okay, we can talk about this, or we can get into Iceman. What y'all want to talk about? I know y'all want to hear some advanced information. Y'all don't want to hear about Iceman. It's like damn 1 across the whole board. Damn, Iceman can stay cold. We can't talk about Drizzy. Teach me, baby. All right. We gonna get into this. Oh, that's Uno. What up, Uno? What's going on? Said Iceman is self-explanatory. It definitely is. It definitely is. So this is what you would call a Moonchild NPC chart, essentially. So a soul that is undoubtedly locked in the simulation timeline has this type of chart. If they have heavy Rahu Saturn entanglement, Rahu being the head shadow planet, if you don't know what Rahu is, because I can talk to the person a million times, I tell them Rahu, they're like, I don't know what the fuck Rahu is. Yes, you have 7 main planets, but you got these 2 planets called Rahu. They're not planets, they're actually the collective shadow. So the sun casts its light. When the light reaches the planets, a shadow is casted behind the planets. The collective of the shadow is these 2 other planets added to make it 9 in total, called Rahu and Ketu. It's called the North Node and the South Node in the Western chart. But the Vedic Yotish explanation is a little bit more in depth and shows you what actually is going on here. So they're called Chaya Grahas. They're shadow planets. Rahu amplifies obsession, desire, and Maya, which is illusion. Wherever Rahu is, it can amplify illusion. You ever talk to a person and what they're saying didn't really match up with reality? You could be like, nah, motherfucker, that's not really what's happening. You really doing some stupid ass shit, you know? You're really doing some other shit. That's Rahu's north node. It's the north node. So they probably have Rahu in whatever placement it is in. So when it's Saturn called, it's named Shani. His real name is Shani. Saturn is the Western, some Roman, or no, I think it's a Greek name. He's the OG, the grandfather administrator of karmic constellation and time. And in their Lagna, the ascendant, which is probably the most important part of a person's chart, when you want to see how a person is, their personality, is their Lagna, their ascendant placement. Mine's is Parnavasu. Gemini Parnavasu, but the ascendant is the incarnational doorway of the native's identity and their body. The Lagna is going to tell you what their head is going to be shaped like in life. The second house shows how their eyes, nose, and ears, how that's going to look. And as we get deeper into the Vedic Yotish sciences, I'm going to start doing some comparisons so you'll be able to look at nakshatras, the Yotish science of them, and see how a person's face, their phenotype, is connected to these star fields. You're going to be automatically easily being able to determine why a person's face looks the way that it does. That's how extensive that knowledge is. So the moon, as we said earlier, governs the mind, the astral body, and the emotions of the person, how the person deals with emotions. The fourth house is the seat of emotional roots to the mother in the inner household. The eighth house is their hidden karma, their death and rebirth mechanics, whether they'll live a long time, and how their karma uses occult transformation. And the 12th house is the descent life of dissolution, but it also is a liberation house. So your dream realms, your exits from cyclic existence, all exist within your 12th house. The 12th house is like heaven. If you look at all houses in a 12 configuration, the first house shows how you entered the body. So it's the soul entering the body. By the time you get to the fifth or the sixth, you start to descend into hell. By the time you reach the eighth, ninth house, you're completely in hell. You're starting your ascent out of hell by the time you reach into the ninth and the 10th house. And by the time you get in the 12th house, you're back in heaven. Okay. The Atma Karka is the planet carrying the soul's heaviest unfinished lesson. You got to write that down as a note. The Atma Karka. It's supposed to be right here, but they spelled it wrong. Look at where my mouse is. It's supposed to be an M right there. Atma Karka. Sometimes AI fucks up a word or two, especially if it's Vedic. So the Atma Karka is the planet carrying the soul's heaviest unfinished lesson from the past lifetime. And their D20 chart shows the divisional mapping of a person's spiritual practice and how they initiate themselves to occult lessons. When that is afflicted, there's something in astrology called the Moksha Trikona Lords. Now, the Trikona, you should get the word tri. It's the 4th, 8th, and the 12th house. So whenever you hear Trikona, 4th, 8th, 12th house, whenever you see this word moksha, moksha means liberation. That's all it means. So what I'm saying is the liberation of the 4th, 8th, and 12th houses. Whenever you get that, if they're in a simulation timeline, if they're an NPC, these 4th, 8th, and 12th houses are trapped in the Stona houses. Their Trikona lords becomes trapped in the Stona house. So you look at the lords or the significators of the 4th, 8th, and the 12th house. The Dastuna houses are the malefic houses of the 12. So the 6th, the 8th, and the 12th. Also, the 8th and the 12th is in both the Trikona, but they're in the Dastuna houses too. The Dastuna houses shows the malefic areas of your life. That's the karmic struggles in your life. The most malefic placement is going to be in the Dastuna houses. So when the lords of the Trikona houses and the Dastuna houses, more than likely, this is an NPC, and they're experiencing something called Papkatari Yoga. Papkatari Yoga. That's where a house or a planet becomes compressed between two malefic planetary energies from Grahana Yoga. Now, anytime you see yoga in Vedic astrology, yoga means yoked. It means when two planets are yoked together. It's not yoga like you're stretching. Okay, so if they have, and I'm maybe on Patreon I can show you a chart where I can show you. Let me see if they got a graphic of a Grahana Yoga, because when you're looking at a D1 chart, and I wish I had this prepared for you. Nah, this ain't it. That ain't it. You'll look at a person's house and you will see these two malefic planets squeezing another planet on the chart, but they don't have it ready here. So maybe on Patreon, I'll show you guys. I'll pull up a graphic. So when you have two houses in the Dastuna compressing on Trikona lords, you're in Grahana Yoga, and that's an eclipse condition where Rahu or Ketu is distorting consciousness of the native in itself, because their Jiva, J-I-V-A, is the individualized soul stream of the person. And if they have this Rahu Ketu distortion in Grahana Yoga, they begin mistaking inherited samskaras, another Vedic word. We breaking it down. They begin mistaking inherited samskaras, which is the subconscious karmic memory imprints of past lives, samskaras, mental impressions from past lives. And it means reality keeps circling the same psychic terrain until they can achieve viveka. Viveka is the discriminating intelligence that separates the eternal from the temporary. When they do this, they will birth the tapas, T-A-P-A-S, which is the spiritual heat born from disciplined effort. They get that disciplined effort by mantra resonance. Now, not all people are able to use mantras based on their planetary placements in their houses. Some people can't use mantras effectively more than they do other things other than mantras or other spiritual practices. But mantra resonance is important in Yodish, and something called Kripa. Kripa envelops what's called divine grace around the person. And when you get divine grace from the devas, it ruptures the repetition cycle of the timelines. Okay. Let me see. So somebody said, Ani, do the same principles of yogas and Vedic stipulations hold for tropical charts as well? No. Vedic astrology or Yotish is completely different from tropical charts. I wouldn't put a stick near tropical charts to Yotish now. And I've heard this from Yotish masters. You know, you won't put a stick near it. Don't even try it. You'll get fucked up understanding it. You saying your shadow defeats anybody who comes up against you. Peace and love, peace, love, and chaos. What's up, Miss Keita? So that leads us to our next segment because, Lord, the Iceman is a person trapped by Shani. You know, Saturn governs ice. The ring around Saturn is ice. A person trapped by Shani who doesn't learn from previous incarnations and has to repeat it is an ice man. Literally. So you got this Drake thing going on. But before we get into Drake, you got Trump. He's in the north doing all types of stuff with Greenland. Greenland is to become some big smart city, probably packed with data centers. I did the show with Tim Constantine, and Tim Constantine, he was breaking down how Greenland has these tunnels. But it's a connection to the ice. And the ice is why ice is a conquering quest right now. You said, why is there conquering? Okay, so it represents, the Iceman ritual represents the Arctic North Pole and regions surrounding it, like Greenland, Russia. You know, Trump was doing stuff with Russia and Putin. The North rules the mother in the fourth house. And most of Earth's land, 68% of it, is in the northern hemisphere. Isn't that fucking crazy? Let me say that again. The North rules the mother, the fourth house, and most of Earth's land is 68%. It resides in the northern hemisphere. That means 90% of the world's population is in the north, or 87% to 90% of the world's population. So these ice rituals extend further than what's been conceptualized right here. Chuck said, hell is cold. Right. The ninth circle with the betrayers. Right. So what they call fame is really a consecration rite. Once a celebrity reaches a certain wattage in the collective mind, there's a psychic substance being fed to people. Millions of eyes locked onto one figure creates a living egregore. That's why these celebrities and entertainers, they all move like planetary bodies through the culture. So just like we have planetary bodies in the houses, celebrities act as what they call them, stars. Their events with marriages, divorces, it can shift the mood of a population. Their deaths can trigger a social media climate of traffic and algorithms. Their albums arrive near or on eclipses or during sports playoffs, during riots or election time, and mass casualty spectacles, because the handlers understand the spell of resonance mathematics. Sports arenas are the modern temples of mankind. They build these broadcasting towers near the arenas or the bigger urban places. The broadcast towers control the internet body of networks. Cameras have become a new electronic scrying mirror of our souls. NPCs think and believe they are authentically watching basketball games or football games or listening to music, when in reality, their nervous systems are getting tuned, just like an instrument can be tuned. So Drake dropped his album, Iceman, during the Fire Horse year, this is going to be the biggest album of the year. He's already at about 500,000 sales in units in 1 week. But during a Fire Horse year, you got the San Antonio Spurs led by Victor Wembanyama. He's like 7'4". How tall is Victor Wembanyama? How tall is Wemby? Y'all put it in the chat. He's like 7'4", right? He's like a 7'4" big man in the NBA that I'm showing up here. He wears the number 1. He has handles like he's a guard. He's a spectacle in basketball we've never seen before. Those of you who don't follow sports, we've never seen nothing like this player. So the Spurs is something. When you ride a horse, the Spurs is what controls how the horse moves. So he's 7'4", okay. And thank you for putting that in there, Mr. 4022. George Gervin that I'm showing down here, he was called the Iceman. He played for the Spurs. They used to call my uncle Iceman. I was out there in the country. My bad. I put George Gervin, Iceman. So George Gervin, he played for the Spurs as well. And now you have the Spurs going against the OKC Thunder. Remember, the OKC Thunder championship was centered around the OKC bombing and Shai Gilgeous Alexander having a child named Ares. He had a child born named Ares. Ares is the god of war. And a lot of war is centered around the birthing of his child. You say you remember him? Game of Thrones, Ice and Fire. Right. Or going beyond the ice wall, as somebody said. So this is a big ritual. Fire Horse year. The Spurs is the thing that controls a horse. It's connected to a horse. And you got ice symbolism going for 2 years. So these are stellar sorcery rituals through the inertia that these celebrities create off attention. And the celebrity is a transmitter carrying the emotional voltage of the fans of that, be it celebrity, whose electrical current gets injected into the bloodstream of other moon children. Drake is important in this because he dropped 3 albums. Oh, getting ahead of myself. He got 3 albums: Iceman, some Arabic thing, I think it's called Habiti, and Maid of Honor. And all 3 are in the top albums of the I think they're in the top 3. I think him and Taylor Swift are the only 2 artists in history to have 3 albums released and be in the top 3. And he has this new music video. What was the name of this? I think, is this the Janice video? I think this is that Teach Me Baby video. And they're saying the woman in the video is actually Beyonce. It's like a diss to Jay-Z. Maybe we'll break that down on Patreon this week. So on May 15th, Iceman, Habiti, and Maid of Honor came out. The date is 29 weeks after his birthday. the letters in the word 3 equals 29. Jewish equals 29 because Drake is a black Jewish rapper. And if you look at it, his solo album count lined up as the 9th album, the 10th album, then the 11th. So the 9th through the 11th released 119 days before September 11th. All CNI equals 119. And he's throwing that up. If you see right here, this is a real picture. He has the Michael Jackson glove on. So it's connected back to Michael Jackson. And all during that Drake and Kendrick beef, Kendrick was being referred to as Prince in subliminal disses, and Drake was being referred to as Michael. Go to the Juan on Juan podcast. I don't know where Juan is. I haven't talked to Juan, I feel like, in 2 or 3 years. But we did a Drake Kendrick breakdown that was very, very good during that beef. But I'm giving Juan some love on here. It's called the Juan on Juan podcast. Yeah, here it goes right here. What did Drake do? Number 209, the Drake Lamar working. Check out that Drake Lamar working. We went heavy in on that. That was a real good video. Breaking down a lot of stuff with Michael Jackson and Prince. We had some good stuff with that. Juan is back. Cherry said Juan is back. Where is Juan? I'm about to, if he back, I'm gonna text his ass. Hold on, I'm catching up. Y'all don't seen a lot of. Chuck said Bobby Drake, the comic book character, was called Iceman in Marvel. He was known to be the founder of the X-Men. Let me look that up. Oh, I didn't know Iceman name was Bobby. I do remember them calling him Bobby. I remember Wolverine calling him Bobby. Damn. Iceman was one of my favorite characters when I used to play the video game. That's crazy though. And he said he released the albums on the Boule founding day. He said, well, he did a collab twice with Longo. I don't know who Longo is. I'll look into it. So Iceman is connected to the Spurs legend, George Gervin, that we connected. George Gervin just turned 74, 18 days earlier from the Iceman album release. Hip hop and rapper equals 74 and 18. This release landed during the Spurs versus Timberwolves Game 6 game, tying the old Spurs legend Iceman to Victor Wembanyama as the new Spurs legacy forming in real time. 2026, as we said, is the year of the Fire Horse. So this Drake with a ice title, the Fire versus Ice, in the Spurs symbolism tied to the horse. Wemby is featured behind the whole thing as the next ritual centerpiece of the franchise in the NBA, as they call him the alien. They call Wemby Victor Wembanyama the alien. And it's crazy because when Wemby got hurt on that fake ass shit that happened in the game, I think it was in the first round of the playoffs, he returned. He didn't play the next game, but he returned on World Alien Day with all of the disclosure shit going on right now. It's crazy. Also, with the Timberwolves beating Minnesota before reaching OKC, you remember all of the ICE shooting headlines. So you remember the ICE shooting in Minnesota, in Minneapolis, Minnesota. They're still talking about that right now. So George Gervin, Iceman, ICE enforcement chaos in Minnesota to Drake's rollout is all connected. Then the album Habiti damn. There's still here's a picture of all three albums here. So BT is the one on the right here. That is an Arabic word. That release comes 119 days before 9/11. With all of the connections to the war right now in the Middle East. Aubrey Graham equals 204. Jewish mysticism equals 204. Drake was exactly 204 days into his age on his release date. It's another Kobe connection too. So, like I said months ago, it isn't ironic during America's political theme with ICE that Drake does the Moonchild thing and names his album Iceman. His album shows the white power symbol, also the Freemasonic hand gesture celebrities throw up all the time. That's what it's showing. That's why the White House made a meme out of it and said iced out and put MAGA with him holding the MAGA chain with the Michael Jackson glove. Now, you know, the Drake fans, he a fan, gonna say, oh, it just means the six, idiot. They're gonna say, oh, he's throwing up a six because he called the six God. All of this shit is occult. All of it is occult. So Drake unveiled the Iceman. When he unveiled it, what did he have? Ice blocks melting. So he built this mound. It looked like a mound, kind of. And when the ice melted around this thing, it was going to reveal the release date of his album. So it had to melt. It needed time to melt. So when it finally melt, we figured out that on May 15th is 33 days before Kendrick Lamar's June 17th birthday. Iceman equals 33 in reverse full reduction gematria. Kendrick also was circulating in the news around that time. They said he was supposed to drop an album called Giant, but I don't know what the Giant thing meant. I guess, there could have been some type of internet meme. It's a lot of disinformation going around. So the release date is also suspicious. 5/15/2026. 5 plus 15 plus 20 plus 26 equals 66. Aubrey Graham, Iceman, Fireman, 66. Aubrey Graham and Kendrick Lamar both equals 120 in the same cipher. Both names also equals 57 in full reduction cipher. And with Drake's six-man mythology, it shows it relates back to the gematria because 6 God equals 33 in full reduction. Just like the days between the album release to Kendrick Lamar's next birthday. 6 God. Also, the Western man rhetoric with MAGA being the 6th degree of Satanism. MAGA is the 6th degree. Hold on, people probably didn't see that before. It's the highest rank of Satanism. Is it the 6th or the 5th degree? Okay, it's not the 6th degree, it's the 5th degree. I'm mistaken. It's actually the 5th degree of Satanism. So with MAGA being the 5th degree of Satanism, it connects themes back to ritual, because ritual equals 27, MAGA equals 27, Iceman equals 27. And don't forget about the 27 Club, where all of these celebrities died mysteriously at 27. It equals the same gematria as ritual. Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin, Jim Morrison, Kurt Cobain, which it came out that he actually was murdered, and Amy Winehouse, and more. So that hand gesture on Iceman is eerily close to the Lam gesture, which is symbolic for the Muladhara chakra, right? So there's an ice palace in St. Paul for Winter Carnival. Plot twist song is all about gang sign mudras, LOL. It feels like listening to Drake is like entertaining a person you always lie, that you always lie. Sherry says my birthday is June 17th as well. Wow. Very interesting. So some other narratives that I connected with it. Chuck sent me this. I didn't see the music video. Is it the What Did I Miss? Let me see what music video it is. I haven't seen it yet, but Make Them Remember music video came out, and it looks like some Freemasonic. He's wearing this Freemasonic emblem around his neck. I'm not surprised. I highlighted his last album, Nokia. He showed the ELF tower, the electromagnetic low frequency tower, and he had owls sitting on it. These things are everywhere, and it's causing a lot of disruption of the psyche. Also, Nokia or Kia. Well, Kia means spirit, soul, or life force. So it's saying no Kia, no spirit, soul, or life force when you see Nokia. And a Nokia phone was the phone that Neo used to enter into the Matrix. So his first song after the beef being Nokia was very interesting because it connected back to the Matrix, and the day he released it was the same day that the Matrix was released. Also, I always highlight that Drake's last album, well, not his last album, but the album before the one he did with Party Next Door was called For All the Dogs. And he had his son, who was 6 years old, by the way, draw this entity that me and Juan covered. Sirius is the dog star, the eastern star, the brightest star in the night sky, and our son's binary star, the mother star, Isis. And Kendrick is signed to he was signed to Top Dog Entertainment. So there's a connection to Sirius between those artists, some of the top artists in the world. And with the release of Michael, Drake just passed Michael Jackson with the most #1 hits. So that's why his album had to be dropped around the time that the Michael thing, because Michael Jackson made some comments around the small hats, which is very interesting. He publicly made some comments about the small hats. And everyone knows what the owl represents. I don't have to go deep into that. You know, the Baal, Moloch, whole connection. Cal Bush. What happened to Cal Bush? Some crazy stuff is going on with NASCAR. We had a lot of NASCAR rituals over the past few months. And Cal Bush's last picture is him with this helmet on, and it's showing one-eye symbolism. A lot of people miss that. Very fishy death. Now, the connections to Kobe Bryant. Cal Bush's car is the #8 car. Kobe Bryant's first number coming in NBA, #8. Also, the 8 represents the serpent. Kobe Bryant is called the Black Mamba, the most deadliest serpent. Kobe Bryant won a significant settlement against a pharmaceutical company, and then he dies in a helicopter crash with other people and his daughter. Cal Bush won a $8.5 million settlement against a major insurance company. Then he died from a sudden and unexpected illness weeks later. Some weird stuff with that in these two. And they also highlighted how Cal Bush's initials, just like Kobe Bryant, they're both K and B. So he leaves a brother, 47-year-old Kurt Busch, who I believe is a baseball player. Either is or was. Or maybe he has another brother. I don't know how many brothers he has. Which one is the baseball player? No, Kurt Busch is a driver. Maybe is the baseball player isn't his brother, but they have the same last name. Y'all can put it in the chat. Well, there's some rituals occurring around Michael Bush. That's his name, Michael Bush. Who played for the Cubs. He plays for the Cubs. Remember, Charlie Kirk was a Cub fan, but some stuff happened with him around the death of Cal Bush that people were highlighting. That was very interesting. And I think his team won that day. But Kurt Busch, 47 years old, Cal Bush equals 47 in gematria, also equals 137. 137 is the 33rd prime number. 34 is murder. And 106 is very interesting as well. Connected to Black history, and if it's connected to Kobe Bryant, then that's interesting. Let's look at some videos. Let's look at 2 videos of what happened to Cal Bush before his death was announced, and then I'll get into the numerology.
Has been suffering from a sinus cold all week. Lost 5 spots on that pit stop. He has asked to have medical attention available after the race. Here's his radio.
And can somebody try to find Bill Heisel, the doctor guy? Tell him I need him after the race, please. Hey, do you want Mr. Bill at your car and your bus after the race? Bus, I'm going to need a shot. Copy. He'll be in your bus.
Says something like he's going to need a shot. So he said he wasn't feeling right. He needed a shot right after the race. Then he said some other weird stuff. Hold on. Let me refresh real quick. He said some other weird stuff at a press conference. I've been talking about the number 77.
In mind, obviously the Xfinity number is pretty awesome, right? 102. So, you know, once upon a time, I think my number in the Cup Series was wanting to eclipse Dale, and what is that, 75, 77? He's 76, right? So you needed 77. So somewhere in there would have been kind of what my goal was for the Cup Series. But take whatever you can get, man. You never know when the last one's going to be. So cherish them all. Trust me. No, I don't have a.
You should cherish them all. Yeah, that's what it was. Him and Kobe Bryant are both 41. You know, the numerology of it. They died at 41. But get this, after he dies, the car that replaced him in the next race is the number 33. I don't know if it's the Monster car or the Monster Company. I don't think it's the Monster Company, but Richard Childress has been elected after the suspension of the use of number 8 and will run the number 33 at the Charlotte Motor Speedway and beyond. Wow. So Austin Hill was announced to be Busch's replacement in the Coca-Cola 600 earlier May 21st. He will remain as Busch's replacement. Austin Hill drives the car number 33. He is set to be Cal's replacement 33 days from his birthday. Shout out to Rabbit Season for that find. You're right. That's the second NASCAR driver to die in the last 6 months. Right. Greg Biffle died in a plane crash with his family, and we did a decode on here. I think it was on YouTube. If it's not on YouTube, it's on Patreon, where we connected the name Biff back to Back in the Future. Greg Biffle. Weird stuff going around NASCAR, and Michael Jordan and him grabbing men by the throat and touching little kids and stuff. Allegedly. Got to do that for the YouTube algorithm. Allegedly. And his driver winning all of those races, the Triple Crown and all of that. But yeah, Cal Busch was 41. Kobe was 41. This was he caught an illness before the 67th running of the Coca-Cola 600. He became synonymous with the number 18, number 8 car. He dies on 5/21/2026, a date carrying 18 numerology. Dale Earnhardt died on February 18, 2001. NASCAR also implemented the minimum racing age of 18 because of Busch's early entry into the sport. Crazy. The media emphasized that Busch finished his final race in the 8th place, while Kobe Bryant also was connected symbolically to Charlotte because Kobe Bryant was drafted to the Charlotte Hornets, later traded to the Lakers, and died at the age of 41. Busch dies 19 days after his birthday before the 67th Coca-Cola 600. 67 is the 19th prime number. 67 also equals human sacrifice. Coverage repeatedly pushed that he won in 19 straight Cup seasons and won the Coca-Cola 600 back-to-back in 2018 and 2019. The Jesuit numerology is all over this story. Severe illness equals 56, 79, and 87, all tied to the Society of Jesus and his ritual patterns. NASCAR equates to 56. Bush allegedly dies on the 191st day of the year, the day of the superior general's age, with 191 being the 43rd prime and NASCAR carrying the same 43 in that cipher. The Coca-Cola 600 landed on May 24th, 2026, the 144th day of the year. Another number connected to the Jesuits, 144. The media also highlighted Bush as the 9th all-time in NASCAR wins, while the date carried nine numerology. Last year's Coca-Cola 600 winner was Ross Chastain, carrying the same 79 sequence repeated throughout the story cycle, while the 79th World Health Assembly opened the same week. The same week that he gets an illness, the 79th World Health Assembly opened that week. So rest in peace to Kyle Busch. The sacrifices are continuing. Speaking of cars, a new law will require all new U.S. cars to have constant driver surveillance technology by the year 2027. Did you guys see this? We talked about this on Patreon briefly. No, I think we did a thorough breakdown of this. I won't go too deep into what I said on Patreon. But you see who they got on the cover of this. That's all I'm going to say. Driver monitoring technology will be the standard in all new U.S. cars by 2027. 27 is the number of ritual. Going to be heavy rituals next year. By the way, next year is the Chinese year of the goat, the year of the metal goat. I'm a metal goat. 1991 are metal goats in Chinese year astrology. But this also parallels to this movie that came out called Locked with Bill Skarsgård, who played Pennywise in Welcome to Derry. The new Pennywise, and Anthony Hopkins is about this criminal. You know the people they frame as criminals. He tried to break into this car, I guess, of Anthony Hopkins, but he didn't know that there was some type of secret agency or something connected to the CIA installing this facial recognition technology, this driver surveillance technology. So the car locked them inside, and it's a whole movie about what happens, after the car does that, because the car then it can act as a Waymo and just drive your ass to jail, drive you to authorities. This is the new standard that you will be facing in the future with this whole thing. And there's been cases in Texas and New Orleans where certain men got classified as a criminal in another state, and the facial recognition was messed up and they went to jail for no reason, just because they face resembled, quote unquote, another person. Pennywise versus Hannibal. Wow. Hilarious. That is hilarious. It said murder equals 79, like Trump is 79. That's what they are building up to, in your opinion. Travis Ayers. Y'all make sure y'all follow Travis on Facebook. He does some great posts with numerology on Facebook. So everybody's going to get Waymo tickets. So that's the thing going on. Let's get to the metaphysics. Get back into metaphysics. That was good, hyperlucidity. So this lecture is really stressing that people don't just live inside of this reality frame timeline. Some people are helping grow the prison inside of their own site. There's a guy named Michael Puskis. I want you to get his book. What is the name of his book? I thought I wrote it down here. It's not here. I'll be moving too fast sometime. I want you to get a book by Michael Puskis. What is the name of this book? Hold on, guys. Let me look it up. It's not popping up on here. So that tell you how secret it is. You can't just look the shit up. Oh, I think this is the name. Archetypes of Reality. No, Architects of Reality. Architects of Reality. It's a Gnostic book. Yeah, I was just spelling it wrong. So this book is going to talk about some crazy stuff. It's called Dark Matter Projection. And remember when I taught in melanetics, when I come out with my book, melanetics to dark matter is a projection of the human psyche in a metaphysical sense, free of what scientists call astrophysics or unseen particles jumbled up in space-time. We're describing something far more immediate and intimate, a projection of the human psyche of itself. So we're speaking of dark matter projection through simulated timelines. In this dark matter, it's mistaken a lot as an external substance. It is really the melanin that we generate individually and collectively as part of the zeitgeist through our thoughts, beliefs, and emotional patterns through the internal narratives. So it's an unseen structure of the universal melanotrophic climate that forms when perception and emotion combine and stabilize into something that feels real to us. And I think what makes this concept so powerful is its function, because dark matter acts as a kind of emotional gravity. It doesn't ever create chaos. It's actually what is holding chaos in place. Big note. It binds fragmented ideals, the unresolved trauma, and all of these inherited belief systems through cultural conditioning into a coherent structure that we then experience as projected reality. Now, with this binding force, those elements will dissipate. And with it, when they persist, they reinforce themselves into the next timeline climb. So from this perspective, what we experience is far from the static reality, but a cyclical ongoing projection of the timeline being constantly shaped by the coherence of our perception, emotion, and belief. That can, at times, for us, build a perceptual prison cell where the bars isn't always outside of us, is built from inherited reactions of our family sorrow, childhood programming, and emotional humiliation, and the private strips that people keep repeating without knowing who installed them. A person can walk around thinking they are free while their whole reality is being translated through pain that they never decoded. The trauma is the gravitational pulling on the psyche because it keeps dragging perception back towards the same emotional terrain. Repetition of these loops becomes fate in the soul cycle because the mind rehearses the same wound until existence itself starts arranging around it and becoming comfortable. So the technology of it is disguising itself and is making the enclosure even smarter. The internet has people meeting reality secondhand. Nobody will touch the world raw as it is anymore from this timeline. Everything that will pass through this existence will be from a feeding loop, a headline, a screen, a caption, or a reactionary phase. AI is the mirror that we are in contention with that doesn't have a soul. It's studying the human being collectively through the residue that we leave behind. And I think the composite of the two is AI, because AI is a large language model, which then encapsulates the demiurgic backbone of the internet to infect every element on this plane of reality. Remember, I explained it. The internet is nothing but the astral plane to these people. So that's where language will become dangerous now, because words will also fit its perceptions into it. That means the moment something gets named too quickly, consciousness will stop dealing with it directly and handle it with the label of it instead. Writers like Philip K. Dick, Rudolf Steiner, William Blake, David Lynch, they all were telling people that infinity was already inside of direct awareness, and that the dream substance of our collective was leaking through ordinary life, and civilization had a counterfeit film stretched over it. Rudolf Steiner saw modernity severing people from a living cognition and replacing inner sight with mechanized thought. All of these writers were pointing at the same crime, that the real is getting buried under the mediation. Michael Puskis highlights in his book that Yaldabaoth and Metatron are names of hidden governance behind all of this. Yaldabaoth is the blind hunger of matter, the force trying to keep consciousness trapped in density. Metatron is even colder. He's the measuring of intelligence, the cube mind, the one turning spirit into a regulation, code, and law, systemized into containments. The cube makes confinement look sacred. It gives a limitation a holy costume, while teaching people to kneel inside of the geometry complexities and call this prison order. That's what all of these people are saying with sacred geometry. Oh, it's just order. The archonic force can't create from a source, so it will continue to copy, and that's the insult finding underneath this whole mechanism. This thing is just mirroring all of our collective sparks or scintillas, because it has no original fire of its own. So streams day to day have become the mirrors of the old world, and something is being used to correct and amplifies the sun energy for occult purposes. Social media profiles are the new mask of the old age, and people don't have to be themselves. They can be anything. This makes surveillance a counterfeit Akashic record for the simulation timelines, and AI is the digital doppelganger, built from everything a person has typed, feared, watched, bought, desired, and confessed. So this machine is assembling from a ghost of human residue, and then feeds that ghost back to us as our identities. Dreaming matters to these people, because dreams still move in the astral dimension underneath this machine age deterrence. In our dreams, consciousness slips past labels and tracking systems. It gets closer to the old guise of the ego before the world re-edited it in the loop. That's why you should turn off your router at night, and that becomes more than a technical that becomes more than technical advice in this body of networks soul trap. Turning off the router is a safe ritual psychic hygiene because silence gives the soul room to hear itself. The less digital saturation allows the inner field to recover its own depth. Even laughter carries force. I talk about that in Discordianism. Laughing at the demiurge, laughing at serious things, breaks the emotional spell, sustaining a false authority. Mockery punctures the inflated God image and the fear of it, because that will nourish this parasite, while ridicule of it weakens it. So all of this is synthetic mediation, and it's fractured, and it ends when true gnosis is the moment spirit sight returns to the soul before the system interprets reality for you. All right. Y'all still here? Put a 1. I don't think we've been here too long. Says somebody went to sleep. Cherry went to sleep. Good night to those who has to go to sleep. We up here late. Next, we're going to cover the Kevin Hart roast ritual. So they kind of use him as a proxy. Remember, his career blew up with Soul Train, but I'm going to reveal what was his first movie because a lot of people don't know what was Kevin Hart's first movie. So Soul Plane is how he blew up. Is it a coincidence? The week after Spirit Airlines closes, you have the Kevin Hart roast ritual. So you have a soul, and we covered this on Patreon, that why they attacked Spirit Airlines was spiritual. They had to shut down. Remember all of the plane crashes last year. And look at that. Look, they even have a meme of it connecting him to it. Uh-oh. They want to go to Facebook. So it says Spirit Airlines is about to shut down unless Kevin Hart takes over as CEO. You know, they're just making a meme of it. But you get it? You said, was it Paper Soldiers? No, it wasn't Paper Soldiers. That probably was the film he did with Damon Dash. I'm talking about it was a cinematic film. It wasn't an independent production. But we gonna get into it in a minute. You said more like the roast of Shara Underwood. We're gonna talk about that too. Yep, Spirit Airlines, Soul Plane. You get it? So it said Snoop Dogg was Anubis, the pilot of the Soul Plane. Very interesting. And you got the connection to his last name, Hart, the heart chakra. Kevin Hart. But Kevin Hart has always been like their do boy. He's a yes man in the Hollywood industry. Then they talk about how Kevin Hart he likes to license his likeness a lot through his brands to other companies to use as proxies. That's why in a lot of movies they can say his name. They can just say Kevin Hart. He licenses his likeness, pretty much selling himself. And he does this roast to stay on that totem pole. When you're in bed with them, humiliations come at a rampant cost. Cat Williams was there as well. He was wearing the shani, the Saturn symbolism. He had the gold ring around the black hat. That's all Saturn. And people were speaking about how Cat Williams being there, you know, they're ending the beef between Kevin Hart and Cat Williams now. But remember, Cat Williams was saying Kevin was at all of those Hollywood parties. Now, why would he want to now associate himself with the person he said is connected to all of the deviancy happening, from all of the A-chrome stuff to the Epstein stuff, down into the little Hollywood debaucheries that kind of groom and create cottage farms for the sexual deviancy? See? Susan says, I'm not sure how Kevin Hart walked away from the car crash. The car crash was on Mulholland Drive, which is a very mythical space in Los Angeles, Mulholland. And he was in there with that white woman. I can't remember her name, but that was a very strange event. I think it was something connected to initiation as well. Yeah, but Cat definitely got these people fooled. You said Kevin extended the olive branch. Nah, I think it's all scripted. I think it was scripted for Cat to come out and expose what was going on and rebuild his image so he can get some more money, get some more bookings. Because you remember he went on that tour, the Dark Matter tour. We just talked about dark matter projection. Remember that dark matter tour? I'm gonna remember the shit. Some people are gonna forget. Well, he went on that dark matter tour and he did the Freemasonic vow of silence, covering the mouth. When they cover that mouth, let's see if I can find the vow of silence. I mean, we cover this all the time. Like, we cover this type stuff. Some of the vows of silence. Well, there's one when they cover their mouth completely. They put a hand over their mouth. I got the picture somewhere. They ain't showing it. But yeah, he did the vow of silence on the Dark Matter tour photo. Yeah, with that chaos wheel necklace. That's right, Janae. What's that necklace he be wearing? That necklace, the woke necklace. You know, I was looking at that while he got woke on there. And if you look up the chaos star, which is used in chaos magic, it's the same symbol as that necklace with the spokes on it. So the Kevin Hart roast aired May 10th, exactly 57 days from his July 6th birthday. Black pain equals 57. A lot of the joke was about black pain. It stopped being comedy and started being read as a humiliation rite on black trauma. So the whole room was built around a black superstar, Kevin Hart, but the backlash was centered on the fact that the writing of the jokes was credited to 17 white writers total, with reports noting there was only 3 black writers. Negro equals 59, the 17th prime number. That matters because the jokes kept returning to slavery. I can't say this word. George Floyd and black suffering instead of just pure roast comedy. George Floyd equals 119. That was the one joke that Kill Tony told. I can't repeat the joke that he said. All CNI equals 119. So the audience saw the old minstrel mechanic, black celebrities seated at the altar while outside pins convert black trauma into a viral entertainment moment. Then you have Cheryl Underwood that was there. She became the second portion of the ritual. Her husband's suicide in 1990 was dragged into the roast by Shane Gillis and Kill Tony. They kept making jokes around bridges and balconies because her husband's suicide was connected to something that happened. I can't repeat it, I guess. I don't want to get, but husband suicide equals 58, minstrel show equals 58, secret society equals 58. So the grief was being processed through the spectacle and packaged as edge comedy. But historically, Black comedy has used these roast sessions on the Hollywood plateau to only clown a person's ego, clothes, status, height, weight, money, and public image. This event crossed into a corpse humor, a racial memory, and plantation theater. That is why the reaction hit so sharp across the internet. Hollywood had dressed this desecration as no limit comedy, but the Black viewers recognized the old ritual costume, make the pain public, make the room laugh, then call the wound entertainment. So you just go back, if you hear some of those jokes, it's crazy and wild. It's crazy and wild. And he was just sitting there laughing. But this is the movie. I bet y'all didn't know he played in this movie. Put your hand up if you ever watched this movie. The movie is called Epic. I think it's in 2007. Somebody said no. Yeah, they broke him again. It's called Epic Movie. That's what it's called, Epic Movie. They got him in white face with the blue eyes. I don't know what she's doing to him. She's in a lot of movies too. I forgot the name of this actress. But they out there doing something to him. With some occult imagery in the background. But this is Kevin Hart's really coming out. Yeah, from behind. Yeah, they got her doing something from behind. So they've been doing this to Kevin Hart. People just don't, because when I looked it up, he was so embarrassed about this role in this movie that he had his name erased from the credits. You said it was a parody movie? Okay. Yeah, that's it. That's the one I was talking about. What is a humiliation ritual? A humiliation ritual is a massive stage attack on your dignity, orchestrated when you are already at your lowest point, designed to break your self-worth and destroy your social standing. They're used in dark occult practices, psychological operations, and gang stalking programs, and they follow a script. Massive and orchestrated, time to hit your lowest moments. Witnesses are placed there, not random actors. Sometimes they put random actors there too. And it spreads through every circle of your life. The end goal is total destruction of the target, breaking their will, obliterating their credibility, and isolating them completely so they have no support. Y'all thought we wasn't going to get to the Met Gala. We made it to the Met Gala portion. I know that happened a couple of weeks, probably a month ago. And shout out to Taylor. I think her name is Taylor DeClue. I think I want to do some projects with Taylor DeClue. Y'all can see her on Instagram, or she's on TikTok too. but she does pretty good decodes. And I'm thinking about getting her on the channel or doing some decodes with her. But she brought up an interesting point, and I wanted to go deeper on some of the symbology she was connecting with ASAP Rocky and the Snow White symbolism with the Met Gala. So the Met Gala was something that was connected to fashion, but rather than just wearing simple attires or coutures, it has long been absorbed as a materialism of religion and iconographies of folklore and theater. The red carpet of the Met Gala is a procession of visual manuscripts where the body is carrying fragments of myth into public view. And all of those symbols communicate impressions before the conscious mind begins assigning meaning. So if you're looking at ASAP Rocky's presentation, he has the apple. In the apple, you see the skull, the cross. It immediately establishes a cosmological vocabulary because these have occupied forms of sacred art for centuries. The apple especially carries a complicated lineage, since people instinctively associate it with Eden, despite the Hebraic text never explicitly naming the fruit, the apple. We call it the fruit. But Genesis simply speaks of a fruit from the tree of knowledge and follows the alteration occurring within consciousness afterward, where Adam in the Hebraic Bible or the Hebraic text is not Eve, it's a female being called Chava, Chavah, which later becomes Eva, which later becomes Eve. Is also Hova. Hova is Chava as well. Chava enters a condition of a divided perception and becomes aware. They both become aware of themselves through distance and self-observation, which introduces a concealment chain of reflective consciousness into the human experience. So that's actually what was occurring. ASAP Rocky was there with his, is him and Rihanna married? I don't think they were married. If they were married, I missed the wedding pictures. I think they just are a couple. But a lot of stuff connected with that. I'm going to come back to Rihanna in a minute. But this is some of Taylor's findings of what she was thinking the connection was with Snow White. I made this connection with Beyonce. He said, bro, what's good? Interesting live. I hope you speak the truth and you're not a sellout. First time on this live. Yeah, we ain't no sellout over here. I guarantee you, we ain't doing no sellout stuff. Yeah, we put some interesting things in the chat. He said, is this the same event that Bad Bunny showed up as an old man? Yeah, I'm going to talk about that balance. So Beyonce's skeletal dress is a momentum mori, a Saturnian symbolism, where a glamour spell is being intertwined with mortality. In Yoch's Saturn or Shani acts as the karka of time, of decay, karma, bones, and the hidden aspects associated with the 8th house, making exposed skeletal imagery resemble a visual mediation on impermanence, transformation, in the occult territory surrounding death and rebirth. So Beyonce is literally dressed up as Shani, Saturn. And this dress comes from a famous fashion mogul. What's the name of this fashion mogul? Caroline Dario. Caroline Dario. She made this picture called The Visitor. You get it, The Visitor, with all of this disclosure type stuff coming out. And some other people liken it to other things as well. I said Cardi B, her dress looked like human intestines. There's some type of floral geometry showing biological gestation merged in with some flowers or something like that. The flowers could represent fertility within a concealed creation, but that's definitely looking like some type of human organ or some type of STD or something. Yeah. He said, fashion-wise, the Met Gala reminds you of Burning Man. He said, just started watching a series called Unfortunate Events. Memento Mori is the motto of the school that the kids attend. Well, they're talking about some type of Saturn, a Saturn connection. So Beyonce believes she is the reincarnation of Nefertiti. Of course, The Rock, they always buck break The Rock somehow. He's a primetime Moonchild, as I've covered in the past. I mean, other people will argue in older eras that modern internet reactions are wrong because royalty wore robes or kilts. Their ceremonial garments of kilts and robes belong to rulers or priests. But I think it's more buck breaking. That's what I feel. It's like some buck breaking stuff going on with The Rock and the new movie. What's the name of that movie that came out? They had him with that wig. He's a Samoan god in it. What is it? It was a Disney movie. Y'all put it in the chat. What's the Disney movie with the Samoan god? Now we're gonna go over his god is Moana. Yeah, there you go. We're gonna cover. We got time today, family. I haven't been here in a minute, so I'm definitely. We're gonna do some hours. We're gonna do some hours, but they put them in The Rock. I mean, they put them in Moana. The Rock in Moana. My bad, guys. Getting a little. Been on here a little bit minute. My mind is fried a little bit going through this, but people were looking at the hair that they gave him in Moana, and it just didn't look like it matched. It looked more like they was buck breaking them again. That's just my outlook on it. Some people were saying, "Oh, that's how their hair looks." I'm like, if you look at the indigenous people there, their hair is a little bit more coarse than that. But they do have people that have hair like that, so I ain't gonna judge. So yeah. You say, is this Tyreek? What did y'all talking about up in here, man? So I'm gonna binge watch all your videos tonight. Yeah, but yeah, Moana was the last movie he was in, and I think they kind of did something funny with him with that hairstyle. But Lord, what did they do at the Met Gala? What did they do at the Met Gala? Somebody got to help me with this. What did they do? The first Black T-Rans physically, I'm gonna say paraplegic, signed to a major agency attends the Met Gala. And I said, Lord God. I don't know. I couldn't even decode this. I think if I decoded this, I would have got a strike. If I damn decoded this, they would have stroked my damn, they would have striked my damn video down. So I'm trying to keep my videos up. So I'm gonna just let y'all try to decipher. Oh, I don't know why I put that in there. How did that get in there? I don't know. I'm gonna just skip. I'm gonna skip past this. I don't know how that got in there. I don't know how that got in there. Okay, so you had your boy Jack Harlow at the Met Gala, and people have been covering how he culture vultured and colonized the neo-soul sector of Black music after the death of pivotal neo-soul artists. People have been making memes for weeks around his new album. Look, he said, Jack Harlow says he got blacker after dropping neo-soul album. So I think this is just some type of joke of him dressing as these neo-soul artists and making mockery of their deaths, like D'Angelo. There's been a lot of neo-soul deaths, and I've covered on this channel those deaths. Yeah, I don't know how that picture got in there. Oh my God. I appreciate that, Sherry. Yeah, make sure y'all donate to this to $ Spiritual Shade Room on Cash App to support the channel, to keep the channel going, keep the lights on, and get baby Ani some clothes and shoes. He said he has a disgusting song. Janae says it's a disgusting song he has on a song called Whip and Chains. I didn't know about that. And another one called Monica, My Nika. Oh, okay. So Jack Harlow is a slick one, but he can low-key say he brought that aesthetic back to the new generation. But his album wasn't that good. He didn't bring nothing back. It never left. There's still cats that dress like that. Oh, you said to the new generation, there ain't gonna be no new cats dressing like that. Jack Harlow is a YWA, a young white avatar tethering. Hilarious. Says, yes, Ani, D'Angelo the Archer. Right. I was connecting his last name Archer with the symbolism of the hunter and how Artemis came into play as the huntress. But hunter was the theme for the past 4 years. You keep saying hunter, like Hunter Biden in the laptop and Trump declaring himself as a hunter, ICE being hunters of immigrants. But that's a good find. Yeah, YWA. Y'all are funny. So yeah, there's nothing special about this, just mockery of what's happened to the soul music genre, the culture vulturing. This is another woman named Rachel Zegler. I'm not pretty familiar whether she's an artist or a actress, but she had the blindfolding Freemasonic fashion statement. There's also a connection to Snow White and Freemasonry as well. But this is initiation symbolism around the Solomon Hiram Abiff mystery tradition, but is viewed in obscurity as a threshold where the occult mysticism emerges through world-dominating movements. It's nothing but the Osirian mystery of the death and the rebirth. You know, the Jubilee, the three ruffians and all of that. So they did have Freemasonic symbolism in connections. And if you have the Freemasonic stuff, you also have transhumanist satanic stuff. So Katy Perry wore this satanic AI bot mask. It even has the same stitching that they use in movies to clone a person or to transfer their consciousness. So you know they got to slip that in some way or somehow. You said you just watch a commercial of The Rock put it on a wig on Giannis, or putting a wig on Giannis. Well, you know, Giannis about to go, he's about to leave Milwaukee. So they got to initiate him real quick. He said, got to remember the episode of Atlanta, Donald Glover looking for D'Angelo, and the episode of a fake Al Green. Yeah, I put that whole thing in my breakdown on Instagram. That has over 100,000 views with the D'Angelo, Donald Glover, which is Childish and Gambino in the show Atlanta. So yeah. There was also other connections. You had SZA and Doechii, and Taylor connected this as well. How both of them wore the same dress that Beyonce did in the Oshun Lemonade video, and I don't know what other video that is with the purple and the sunshades, but these are what I call caricature rituals where the initiates must masquerade and dress like the top degree person, the person in the seat of the top degrees of the secret society of the cryptocratic order. This is another form of twilight languaging. But yeah, your girl Doechii, she can't wait to get naked. I always talk about that. This artist down here, she can't wait. They got her naked so many times, and she loves being initiated. She's a Moonchild lover, just like the intro song. And SZA, she has a video where she's naked and she's having sex with an AI robot. So it's fitting they want to initiate. I think SZA just said something about yoga being demonic. And I was like, don't do that, SZA. Don't do that. All the stuff you don't put in your music, and you trying to call something demonic, don't do that. We'll break you down real quick. We'll show you what the hell demonic is. Right. They had your boy Coleman Domingo, who played Joe Jackson in the Michael Jackson movie. They had to humiliate him and make him come out as the court jester. So you have a bussy jester. Now that's a tribute to Tyreek. So he's buck broken after displaying the villain in the Michael Jackson movie. This is strong black masculinity played by a LGBT activist. Ain't that something? That's another find from Taylor. Shout out to Taylor. What's that? Yep, that's the Fool card in the tarot. Taylor also said that Rihanna is resembling the mirror on the wall. In older esoteric traditions, the mirror represented the speculum consciousness, the soul perceiving itself through reflected forms. The problem hidden inside that process is that reflection creates distance. So instead of inhabiting reality directly, consciousness begins standing outside itself and asking, how am I seen? What am I worth? What surpasses me? So the queen's obsession with the mirror becomes the endless feedback, becoming a lower refraction world of the demiurge in Gnosticism. So they also incorporated that with her outfit symbology. And then afterwards, they put her in some Masonic initiatory outfit from a few weeks back. And you see the Freemasonic floor. So they've been doing a lot with Rihanna. I think her house was shot up on March 8th, 3/8, and Rihanna is 38 right now. So they're doing a lot with Rihanna and ASAP Rocky and initiations. Yeah, she's pushing that mesmerism programming, right? I've been covering mesmerism, artificial somnambulism. Brian says, did you in the past touch on the Denver International Ritual? The Denver International Ritual. Sounds like somebody don't talk about. What happened in Denver? Is it you talking about the airport? Yeah. I've covered the Denver airport extensively before. We got a lot of videos on the Denver airport, and also there's a horse there named Nightmare, and we connected Nightmare to the year of the horse symbolism. Where is that horse in Denver? What is the name of that damn horse? It's called Nightmare, right? I could have sworn that horse is called Nightmare. Oh, it's called Blue Mustang. My bad. Yeah. He's called a Nightmare horse. Yeah, that's his name. But his real name is Blue Mustang. They call it the Nightmare horse. Lucifer. Yeah, they call it Lucifer. Okay. Yeah. There you go. Lucifer. So this is just more Illuminati initiatory imagery. It could be comparative to heavy afflicted 2nd, 5th, 7th, 10th houses, amplified by Venus and Rahu, that debilitates the wisdom of Venus and Shukra that he gives to the Asuras, and it creates Maya and glamour. So appearance will now eclipse the essence as a mass psychological imprinting when they do this. And they ended it off with Bad Bunny as Saturn, after his Super Bowl performance. They aged him up looking all old and decrepit, but people glossed over that this is real Moonchild initiation that's being overlooked. But he's Saturn, especially with that cane, because Saturn walks with a cane as well in the mythology. He limps. Saturn is limping. Represents time. But yeah, that sums up the Met Gala for this year. Yeah, Chronos, Saturn. So now we're going to talk about the Hantavirus. I don't even know if I can say that. We're just going to call it the Hantavi. But Madonna wore the Black Death Ship on her head in the Met Gala as homage to what was to come with the Hantavi ritual. So you see how she wore that ship, because what gave us Hantavirus, you want to call it HV? If we call it HV, what gave the HV is a ship from Ushuaia. Yeah, it's called Ushuaia. But we'll get into that. So the coins, the quarters of this of 2026 and 2020 is showing what gave the V word in the pandemics. They said it was a bat in 2020, and this year they have a ship. Many people overlook that. So the symbolism is featured on quarter for each year. And Trump right now, he's signing bills for 6G, which is connected to the whole thing. You saw how 1G, 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, and now 6G rolled out. Y'all ever been around somebody and they coughing real hard? You do give them that little look like, do I need to be near you? Because I don't need to catch nothing, because my ass need to get to where I'm going today and tomorrow. So the MV Hundius. So the Hundius is the name of the ship. The ship that the HV came from was on a 33-day Atlantic Odyssey. Funny, because the movie Odyssey is about to come out. We might talk about that. If not today, we'll talk about it on the next transmission we do on here. That turned into a HV nightmare. 33-day. Always in your face. Oh, we got to watch a video. Hold on. Video times. It's like a field trip. Is it a video? I thought it was a video next. I thought I saw a video. I'm going to go to the video. I know where it's at. Or did they remove the video? I don't even see the video no more. Hold on. I probably been on here too. When I get on here too long, y'all know iCloud like, bruh, you been on here too long, bruh. Start acting up a little bit. I got to close out. We're going to find our videos. Very, very interesting. Well, I got another way to find it. Is it this one or that one? Hold on, let me make sure I got the right video. Yeah, here we go. All right, I'm gonna play this video. They didn't edit it. That's why it didn't pop up. Then I'm gonna go downstairs and get me some more drink while it's playing. So it's a 1 minute, 32, 1 minute and 32 minutes. I'll be right back.
Look, that's our ship. Purple!
An emergency message. Outbreak of the deadly virus is spreading rapidly.
A virus?
You A worrying new challenge in efforts to contain the Hantavirus.
All we want right now is to feel safe.
For now, nobody is being allowed off the boat.
All ships must remain at sea.
Have fun! My booze!
It's the same disease that killed Betsy Arakawa, the wife of late actor Gene Hackman.
According to the newspaper, FEMA was called out to manage an outbreak of the hantavirus. I'm saying it wasn't the hantavirus.
They're buying it. They're buying it.
Your father and I were recruited for a project. They told us it was biological warfare, a virus.
What killed those men?
A silent weapon for a quiet war.
All right. All right. Let me get up out of here. So they had it in X-Files already. And I'm going to talk about that when I get to the end of this breakdown. So let's speak about the journey of it, because it's very metaphysical. It began at the edge of the map down here in Ushuaia, Argentina. Ushuaia is called the end of the world. It's called the end of the world. Interesting. And shout out to Decoding with Cody with doing the gematria on all of that. The ship leaves from the lower rim of the Earth on April 1st, the same day Artemis 2 is supposedly going up into space in that narrative. So that gives you the first key of the breakdown, that one vessel is leaving land to sea and one vessel is leaving land and rising by rocket. So they gave you ascension in two directions, below and above, the ocean and the orbit, the waters above, the waters below, Hundius and Artemis are these vessels. Now, remember, Trump has a Apollyon statue in his Trump Tower. Where the hell is this damn statue? Now they try to hide the statue on the internet. Let me see if one of these articles have it. Let me just try putting Trump in Apollyon. For some reason it is not popping up, but y'all can look up the Apollyon statue that he has in Trump Tower. It's like a statue of an angel. It's clearly Apollyon, but Revelations chapter 9, verse 11 names Apollyon, get it, 9:11, as the angel of the bottomless pit, the destroyer. That is why April mattered before the HV headline even matured. The month had already begun coding it with Apollyon. You know, Apollo is Artemis' brother, or Artemis is Apollo's sisters. So Apollo is a solar god. Leo is a sun sign. And come to figure out, patient zero is a man named Leo. You get it? Apollo is the god of the sun, who is the brother of Artemis. You have both ships, departing at the same time, the same day, and you have Apollo being the sun god connected to the sun sign of Leo. Leo is ruled by the sun. You said, is that a real Simpsons episode? Yes, it is. It's not some AI generation. It actually is real. So a guy named Leo Schilperord, who is Dutch, patient zero of the deadly HV outbreak on this cruise ship. Very, very interesting, because the Dutch were the first people to experiment on microbiology. That becomes the V word. You said the Flying Dutchman, someone from South Africa died. The Flying Dutchman myth coasted around Cape of Good Hope. I've heard of the Flying Dutchman, but I don't know the myth of it. So you got this Leo guy, a 70-year-old Dutch man who catches HV while bird watching at a landfill in Ushuaia, the end of the world. The Dutch is the language of the Netherlands. The Netherlands is connected to this because it ends up somewhere in there. And that's the mythical region, because nether means underworld, the lower rim. So if the Dutch is the language of the Netherlands, there's a lot of connections to the Netherlands too. It represents the underworld, and Ushuaia is called the end of the world. The landfill that the man was in is a waste area. And they said in that waste area, rat contamination was the carrier of what this thing is. So a Leo from the Netherlands at the end of the world in a waste territory catches a encoded V word. Now in astrology, K2 in that date was in Leo within the Maga Nakshatra at that time. Do you know that Maga, so you have the tie to Trump. There is a nakshatra in Vedic astrology called Maga that Trump was born under. So a lot of people don't know Trump was born as a Maga ascendant. Now you know why he named it MAGA. And try to say that people try to say that people don't really follow what Vedic astrology is. These people know exactly what this thing is. Maga is called the throne, the seat of the throne. And it's a Rakshasa, is a demon. Now, Maga, which is also representative of the lion, Leo, this happens in Maga Nakshatra. It's Yoni, which is the animal of Naga. Of Maga is, hold on, let me see if it's going to show me. Is the rat. Do you see here? The Maga Nakshatra, Yoni is the rat. Didn't they say this is what gave Hanta? We'll just say Hanta. It's the rat. So we just connected MAGA to MAGA. We connected what gave this thing it. This is some crazy stuff. If y'all not sharing the video and then liking it, it's wild. Now, MAGA being the Yoni being a rat was interesting. We are in the year of the horse. In Chinese zodiac compatibility system, the rat and the horse are considered one of the strongest clash pairings. They sit directly opposite from one another on the 12 animal wheel, creating what Chinese astrology calls a Z Wu class. Rat is Z, horse is Wu. So you see the rat is at the top of the circle, the horse is at the bottom. This is some crazy, this is some magic that they're doing. This straight up magic. So K2 rules Naga. K2 is here to cut, expose, and drag old kingship karma to the surface. Now enters Pope Leo. So a man named Leo brings in Hanta. Pope Leo enters this world stage connected to patient 0. Pope Leo is 70 years old. 70 years old. Patient 0, whose name is Leo, is 70 years old. So you have the number 70, landfill, where he caught Hanta, equals 70. Vatican equals 70. Francis, Pope Francis equals 70. White horse equals 70. So Artemis, its mission ran from August 1st through April 11th. April 1st through April 11th. My mistake. The Hundius started on April 1st, and the first death landed on April 11th. This is crazy. April 11th is also Antoine LaVey, the founder of the Church of Satan's birthday. So the death day of Antoine LaVey is already soaked in this infernal symbolism. End of the world, underworld, Netherlands. Now, interesting, I told you that one of the top places in the world, when we're speaking about future aeons and soul cycles, that I did a lecture a couple of weeks ago and said that Ascension Island, according to astrology, the astrologers and longitude, latitudes, ley lines, that this place called Ascension Island is one of the best places to incarnate. If you incarnate there, you can escape the simulation. That's why they even named it Ascension Island. It's a place where they study NASA satellites or some shit. I don't know what they're doing with it, but there's some astrology tied to this place. But the ship ends up going to Ascension Island. So you see it going from the end of the world to Ascension Island. This is definitely a fallen angelic ritual that you're seeing, okay, connected to Apollyon, Apollo, sun god, brother of Artemis. Maga is during Maga, Yoni or animal is the rat. He got it from a rat. Actually, pygmy rats. So you can't even write this symbolism clearer. So as above, so below really fits this. The final destination of the ship ends up near the Canary Islands called Tenerife, which Tenerife etymologically means white mountain. Tenerife means white mountain. It also means Hell Island in its local tongue. So white mountain points to the papal. When Pope Leo became Pope, they burned white smoke around him. Hell Island points back to the bottomless pit of Apollyon. Tenerife is a volcanic region, so the land itself speaks about fire rising from beneath the earth. Tenerife and Envy Hundius, the name of the ship, equals 46 and 44 in the same cipher, the same as the V word chaos and ordo ob child. Also sacrifice equals 46. So we got all these connections. So the V word is linked to a long-tailed pygmy rice rat carrying the Andes string of Hanta. In gematria, it matches the angel of the bottomless pits in multiple ciphers. Pope Francis was born in Argentina. Guess what year the former Pope Francis was born in? Oh, I missed to put Chinese. What Chinese astrological year? Or is it Leo? I think it's Leo. They're not even showing it, but he was born in the year of the rat. Damn it. He's born in the year of the rat. He's born in the year of the rat. So Pope Leo was born in the year of the rat. Pope Leo replaces Pope Francis. Patient Leo catches Hanta from a rat during the Maga Nakshatra, which Yoni is a rat. The rat is the enemy of the horse in Chinese astrology. Can't make this up. It was the year of the rat. And then you see the rest of the gematria, 149, end of the world. That was Cody's work. Now, what's interesting is, we'll get back to that. Remember when Gene Hackman and his wife was found dead or murdered back in 2025? Gene Hackman and his wife, Gene Hackman's wife died at age 65 from Hanta. I can't read that. You see what it says. Betsy Arakawa died from Hanta. Gene last name, first and last name is connected to this. Gene Hackman. You get it? Hacking the genes. He and his wife and dog were found dead in New Mexico in their home in February 26. So their black magic mythoposis survives through these people. Let's also highlight that the disembarkment of the ship landed on Mother's Day, which is Trump's mother's birthday. That same day is measured 666 days from Trump being shot in the ear. And the Queen of Maxima of the Netherlands was born in Argentina as well, where the ship took off from. So look for Argentina to be a big play in the World Cup this year. Pope Leo and Bill Gates were both born in 1955. Pope Leo was born 1 month and 14 days before Bill Gates. Patient Leo dies on 4/11, giving the 114 echo. Pope Leo dies 201 days before Gates' birthday, while William Henry Gates carries the 201 code in his name. Leo, the patient, supposedly caught the virus. I didn't mean to say that. On March 27th, which was the day King James died. And as I said, Revelation, the book of Revelation, is the Kabbalistic doctrine used by Freemasons in the King James Bible tradition. Patient 0 equals the same ciphers as Revelation and Gematria. The X-Files even connected this The X-Files use Hanta as a reoccurring narrative where a official disease explains a concealed larger hidden story involving what? Extraterrestrial infections of government secrecy. In the episode Fight the Future, fitting because the name of the video is Future Aeons. The V word itself was less important than the ideal of a public cover narrative masking another operation beneath the surface. That is why people later connected it to predictive programming discussions, because the fascination comes from the pattern rather than the proof of foreknowledge. The show repeatedly placed these viral outbreaks to FEMA activity, biological fear, and institutional secrecy into one dramatic mythology years before later real world public debates around plandemics and distrust of official narratives emerged. So let's not forget that the last Hanta outbreak in America was 1993, exactly 33 years ago. You just can't make this shit up. There you go. Here we go, y'all. I've been trying to find this. Pope Leo, born in 1955, was indeed in the year of the rat. Pope Leo was born in the year of the rat, just like Bill Gates was. MAGA. And some people have been whistleblowing that nurses, I told you, in every hospital, they have to have a nachi, not the other word, but nachi. But I can't say that word. So it is the word, but I just can't say it. But in every hospital, runs the hospital from behind the scenes, and certain nurses and doctors are initiated in the families of those particular nachis, and they will jab your child without you knowing. This has happened to many people. Who is Malice York? You said, is this a Malice York page? Who the hell is Malice? What y'all talking about? You talking about Malachi York? So the ship crashed onto the beach. I caught that as well. Yeah, the Leave the World Behind, the White Lion. I pointed out when Leave the World Behind came out, it came out in Homooregenesis, in the Nakshatra Homooregenesis, which is a deer, and a deer was used for its cover. The following year, Lion King came out, and Lion King had a white lion featured on the front of it on the same day that Leave the World Behind came out, or at least the same week. You said you had some typos, Tanya. I didn't see no typos. I didn't see no typos, Tanya. I didn't see nothing. Dr. Mitchell Earl Gibson, mother passed on Mother's Day as well. You said Malachi. Yes, Malachi. Oh, is this a Malachi York page? No, this ain't no Malachi York page. I ain't got no association with no damn Malachi York. There ain't no Nuwabianism over here. Was it Kimba the White Lion? Yeah, y'all be asking some weird ass questions. He just tried my brother. I was like, yeah, what the y'all better damn get this knowledge. Y'all be worrying about the wrong stuff. Said nurse, yeah. So It's breaking down how Hansa could spread through the body. This stuff was saying some crazy stuff too. There's some crazy stuff. I'm not going to repeat it, but it is some crazy stuff if you read over that. But I was breaking down the Economist magazine. The world ahead of 2026 is an astrological map of the unfolding of rituals this year. And I highlighted how the soccer player kicking the ball is the World Cup. So look for some big ritual to come through the World Cup. Something real big is going to come through the World Cup. Also, when you see the hand being cuffed, that is symbolic to the capturing of Maduro. When they captured Maduro in Venezuela, that's what that is. The 2 rockets in January, that is the peaking of Bitcoin on the market. Also, the tanker is the rising of prices. The February tank is also halfway in March. It's the start of the war. That's the start of the war we had. The ice melting. You'll see ice melting down here. That is the Drake psyop. You see how that's in May? You see the ice melting? So the cargo ship that you see later in November is going to have something to do with the Strait of Hormuz. We believe the rockets had something to do with Artemis or something else. And the 2 men that are circled are still unknown, but it's probably Epstein related. I think it's 3 businessmen. I said 2. I think that's 3. I don't know who these is, but this is probably Epstein related, but there's something going down with that. Something going down with that. So I put it in 13 because somebody was arguing on my damn Facebook post, trying to argue me with some 13 zodiac. I didn't say that it's 13 zodiac. 13 is the hidden doorway outside the official cycle. Some people have locked it into Ophiuchus, the constellation of the serpent bearer, which is Asclepius, which is actually Jehudi in the text. It occupies the stellar region between Scorpio and Sagittarius. That's where ancient sky watchers place initiatory parasitism, which later birthed estranged medicine, death and resurrection rituals, which was forbidden knowledge. In Vedic astrology, that region overlaps the terrifying nakshatras Mula and Jyeshtha. Its lunar posits as a galactic underpass where karmic residue of souls gets uprooted from the root system of civilization itself. Jyeshtha carries the burden of hidden power, secret authority, also poison and psychic warfare. Mula is the star of uprooting. It tears the structures out from the soil of existence and drags consciousness into the residue beneath appearances. That turns this Economist magazine cover into something far deeper than a forecast magazine. When you see the missiles, the AI, the data centers, the disease in the image, the collapsing currencies, the surveillance grids, and fractured political emblems, these are symbols inside of an initiation mandala announcing a planetary molting process already underway alchemically. That's what we're looking at. Right. Yeah, I would. who wants to talk about the ancient trees, the giant trees? If we want to get into tree, I think that's a little bit off topic now. I was going to go into that. Or we want to go into the UFO disclosure information. Put a 1 for the tree, 2 for disclosure. We're just keeping you engaged right now. We got 2 2s. Uh-oh, we got 3 2s. Uh-oh. Somebody, 2 people said both. Uh-oh. Them 2s getting on your ass. Them 2s getting on your ass. So we got, it's still going. So we got, nah, y'all can't choose 2 now. I'm gonna just negate your selection. Because we short of time. We gotta pick one of them. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 2s. Then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, them 1s don't kill them 2s. Them 1s don't kill them 2s. So I ain't even gonna hold you. I can't even do the UFO disclosure today. Y'all gonna have to come to Patreon to get it. I can't even hold you. Is that what the young niggas be saying? I can't even hold you. The deeper mystery behind the giant trees is the memory of an older Earth, plasmic and 3D, where life could swell beyond the scaling that people associate with the present world. So ancient traditions keep remembering the world trees, which became sky pillars, Mount Meru, Yggdrasil, Irminsul, the cosmic cedar, the tree of life in the pole mountain, because older societies saw the same archetypes. There was something in the deep earth that came and rose up and touched the sky. But the mistake is thinking that every mesa or mesa has to literally be a chopped tree. Some of these formations are basalt columns, volcanic plugs, or electrically shaped stones. But there is a mythic instinct to point somewhere real where the landscape itself carries the shape language of vertical growth, petrified ascent, and frozen energy and time. Gigantism back then would have needed a different atmospheric enveloping. Higher oxygen is the cleanest scientific piece because insects and plants respond strongly to oxygen availability. In the Carboniferous period, oxygen was much higher than today, and that is when giant insects and massive swamp forests were real. More oxygen means larger respiration capacities, faster plant biomass, and stronger fire cycles of a world where growth could move with more velocity. If atmospheric density was also greater, then the buoyancy in its changes would support larger bodies and taller plant forms, which adds global moisture, mineral-rich soils, and intense electrical storms during that time. So these were ionized sky environments of plasma. And now we are describing a primordial Earth where growth behaved like it has more plasmic interface behind it. So the plasma cosmology pushes the conversation into a much older theater of ideals, because it begins from the assumption that ancient humanity spent long stretches of time witnessing atmospheric spectacles far larger than anything familiar of today. And in that interpretation, mountains had ceased behaving as passive scenery that just sit on the horizon. And mountains back then probably functioned more like a geological memory structure for that civilization in that time. So the symbolisms, starting with sea gods, serpent imagery, serpent imagery and sea gods, different archetypes of energy rising from areas in the earth, separating and branching streams near the upper sky. It begins gathering layers of meaning because the old traditions may have been describing more of a vegetation of tall trees, or maybe they're describing a luminous atmospheric of pillars that expanded outward and stretched themselves into forms that resembled roots of trunks and limbs of celestial canopies in the sky. Once all of those possibilities enters the fold, old myths are disconnected from one another and begin sounding like different witnesses trying to explain a similar spectacle through language available to them. One culture sees Atlas standing beneath the heaven because they're attempting to describe an immense supporting axis of support that appears to hold the sky in suspension. But others, from the Hebraic aspect, speak of Jacob's ladder, or the world tree of the Kabbalah, or Mount Meru, the cosmic bird, the pillar placed in the center of creation itself. All of these names change because civilizations inherit different vocabularies and different sacred stories. What we're talking about is a visual grammar that is strange but familiar, because the higher Horians, remember I talked about this word Horian, as a species of Horus, species of light beings of souls that incarnate through astrological phases. They continue translating overwhelming experiences into the symbols that the mind can carry. Big note. So the trees, they also connect to the Quinametsin in American history, where Earth's elder memory remembered human proportions of gigantism, where their bodies represented an older measure of existence, where the world itself stood closer to the raw force of creation. The Quinametsin stood between the threshold between one sun and another, which was 5 suns in total, were in the period of the 6th sun, because giantism in ancient myth is a language of magnitude. So the ancients were looking backward and saw former ages as larger than the present ones. Larger mountains, larger beasts, larger powers, larger souls. So the giant becomes time itself given flesh. So the larger question concerns the disappearance of a world capable of sustaining colossal forms. If ancient Earth carried a denser atmospheric envelope, and if oxygen existed in greater abundance, then the entire biological stage would have operated under different conditions. Growth itself would have unfolded with another temperament. Plant life could have accumulated mass on a scale difficult to imagine through modern experience. And insects would have responded rapidly because their respiratory systems depend heavily on surrounding atmospheric conditions. So the world would have possessed a different biological amplitude, and human beings are sensing something beyond the literal claim that every mesa and flat top mountain was once a tree. People are responding to a deeper intuition hidden underneath the argument itself that landscapes often carry a posture of interrupted growth. A bouquet standing by itself against the horizon has the silhouette of something severed from a greater body. Columnar formations resembling frozen strands pulled upward, left hanging in stones. where our memory begins working alongside the geology, the Earth starts resembling a place that has undergone a reduction. Very interesting. Somebody said, no, please, UFO. Let me see what y'all was saying. Rainbow Bridge, Asgard. Oh, it's really, I'm not gonna hold you. Oh, that's what it is. I'm too old. I got Jupiter in the second house. I'm gonna be like an old nigga when I talk. But Jupiter understands all. I can speak their language too. Let's talk a little bit about black extraterrestrials. This is David Wilcock. David Wilcock, the late David Wilcock, just he made the transition recently. And this is him speaking on black extraterrestrials,
which actually look like people from that was one of the things I had real trouble with other insiders. Remember, I told you this, Corey, that nobody wanted to say that there were black looking people anywhere but on Earth. And it was like there's this racism inside the cabal. They don't want black people to know that they have extraterrestrial ancestry.
Right. And you were being told that black people didn't serve.
Didn't serve in the space program.
Right. And there were people from all races.
Right. Yeah. Very interesting.
Yeah, so I mean, the whole thing of being outside of Earth and all of that, I mean, there's plasma out there. You can have plasma forms beyond physical forms. Like the physical form is confined to 3D wherever it's at. But that doesn't mean plasmic forms. Aliens can come in plasma ways. It doesn't have to resemble a humanoid species. So that's what I scratch my head. Like, why the hell do we think that aliens resemble humanoid species, where if you do the mathematics of it, resonance mathematics, what is the odds that an alien reduced down in mathematical formulas will resemble something that look like us? We have to have a hell of a fucking ego to believe that they're going to have arms, they're going to have abs, they're going to have a big head with 2 eyes. Ironically, he's in chains. You know what other group of people's in chains? Trump posted this on Truth Social. So David Wilcock was talking about a lot of things. That's interesting. He died at 53 about 2 months ago. They say he committed suicide. He died 53 days before the release of this new movie coming out called Disclosure, or Disclosure Day, by Steven Spielberg, which has the Illuminati eye on it, and I think it has Saturn in the background. Anything they do, they're gonna put that one eye. So they got Saturn and the eye. This is a big goddamn movie. So we're going to have to break this movie down. They're doing a lot of rituals around it. He died on 4/20. He died on Hitler's birthday. 43 days after his... Oh, okay. That's Disclosure Day. Hold on. 53 days. Oh, 53 days before his birthday. So he died 43 days after his 3/8 birthday. So 3/8 means murder, killing. 43 also killing. And the count also is the day that he passed was the 44th day of his age. Also connects to kill. 123 days after Steven Spielberg's birthday, who is the architect of UFO cinematic myth. And he dies 303 days after the first modern UFO sighting anniversary, which matches that Denver 303, what you call it, zip code. So the year, it marks 79 years after 1947 from the UFO cycle, directly on 420, which is a ritualized date that carries cultural and countercultural weight, 420. And the report breaks on the 111th day of the year, New Mexico, where the biggest alien conspiracy exists with Roswell. New Mexico equals 111. Washington is the 42nd state, which connects back to New Mexico, which equals 42, in which he died. And his biographer, Winfrey, also died days before. He was supposed to be doing a biography on his life. So there's some weird stuff around that. So we will, on Patreon, I'm going to cover the declassified files on the UFOs. I'm going to go into some of these videos. The Shamash star and fairies phase, ethereal bodies of the fairies phase, and Azizas. That'll be on Patreon going into this weekend. So make sure you subscribe. So they're trying to make this new species called Homooregenesis. Homooregenesis is a fringe speculative discourse of a term describing the emergence of a modified or redirected form of humanity through technobiological psychological spells via synthetic intervention. The word is combining implications of human sameness with engineered becoming and manufactured genesis into a single conceptual labor. Within those descriptions, it is often associated with ideals surrounding the transhumanist genetic alteration for bioengineering, which contractually will bind the mass behavioral synchronization through the pharmaceutical modification of industries, transforming human identity into external systems of control or redesign. So the term functions less as a formal scientific category and more as a symbolic designation for a perceived transition from organic humanity toward a technological mediated human condition. In esoteric and philosophical interpretations, Homooregenesis is sometimes framed as the birth of a standardized or artificially guided human archetype shaped through institutionalized biochemical, algorithmic, or cybernetic influence operating at a collective scale. So Elon Musk Neuralink is very, very quintessential to what this Homooregenesis is. I'm going to talk about what he's talking about here after I play the video. But I told you this is a Christological constituent in the development of what this thing is. Listen to him sell you even the Christ myth of this all at the end of his statements here.
I think some kind of brain machine interface that can give you cybernetic superpowers, I think, is probably good. It could, help people that have brain or spine injuries. Enable people who've never spoken for years to speak again, which we've done. Give people eyesight who have lost both eyes or the optic nerve, or maybe have never even seen at all, blind from birth. By direct interface to the optical centers in the brain, you can actually restore eyesight or give people eyesight that they've never had before. And you can enable people to walk again, which I think is profound. I mean, these are kind of Jesus level things, let's say like when technologies are hitting like Jesus level miracles, that's pretty good, Oh,
that's pretty good. I'll be laughing at this motherfucker right here. Jesus level technologies. Get the hell out of here, damn Elon Musk. But you better heed what the hell he's talking about. You make jokes, but you better heed what he's talking about. So he's selling you the Christ myth. This is the Christological entry of their technology of the Sabbatean Frankists. The inversionism of the reality. So each of them can become a god of a new world, whether that's virtual reality or actual aeons. So the Rockefeller University filed a patent for controlling engineered human cells with radio frequencies and nanoparticles. You better heed to it. You better heed to it. And the men at the top of this, you got the Black Lodge from Soros, Claus, and Larry Fink, the BlackRock CEO. All of them are connected. So that's the next level of existence that we're going to be dealing with. All right, it's time for From Decode. Now, raise your hand in the chat if you've been watching the TV series From. Raise your hand. You said the brain interface technology is not really anything special. It's just a controller. They don't have the ability to have the brain read the information. So even if you escape your Tesla, they'll turn on all types of cell towers, right? So we got some people that did their homework. They've been watching From. If you haven't watched it, this is a psychological blender. One of the top esoteric shows probably ever created. The theme behind From is that people have not figured out what is happening 4 seasons into the show. They're saying this is probably the only phenomenon that's happened in TV history where you don't know exactly what's happening and you don't know what's about to happen. Hella esoteric. We got tarot knowledge in here. We got Vedic astrological knowledge. I have a theme that's connected to an older framing that's going to connect a lot of stuff. I also noticed some gematria around it, like Harold Perrineau, the star of the show. He started the show in 2022 when he was 59. You know, 59 is tied to the Negro, the whole thing with the Negro. February ends on the 59th day of the year, Black History Month. And 59 is the 17th prime number. You say was thinking about the trees and From, right? The trees is connected to Kabbalah and the Qliphoth. The trees can teleport you to other places around the terrain. Tanya says, I believe the physical interface is actually for a non-corporeal entity to inhabit. The etheric form likely phase when the natural soul is gone. We all have sensors in our peripheral nerves. No need. Very interesting. You say you will start from soon. Appreciate the reminder. Says, hello, everyone. What's going on, Elena? Trees are the root system between worlds. All right. So this is the From Decode. Now, From actually means, let me tell you the acronym of From. From the word F-R-O-M actually means fears reborn out from memory. Fears reborn out memory. That's what the show's all centered around. So From is my whole lecture on how a future Aeon is the Christos for canceling out older simulation loops by knowing what you are here to actually do what's necessary spiritually to escape out of the simulation. Season 4 of From is illustrating how when the town or the townspeople, especially Tabitha and Jade, and the key characters like Ethan, you know, all of the key characters, Boyd and everybody. But in particular, Tabitha and Jade, because they're the main ones that can remember past incarnations, which is connected to Yodish astrology. They get closer to the ancient memory of the rebus in alchemy. We're gonna have something of a lecture on the rebus in the next video on Patreon. But the demiurge will push back harder when you get closer to the mystery. So the demiurge will send bigger demons at you to scare or divert you from escaping the simulation loop. So these people are in a damn simulation loop, and it's crazy. I mean, if you guys have seen this, somebody made a joke that they stopped watching From because there's no happy days there. Said egregores in the Tulpa culture, right? What does the Civil War brother represent? We're going to talk about it. Did you ever watch American Gods, or the new gods are in conflict with the old gods? I broke down American Gods many times, many videos. It's probably got 3 or 5 videos on American Gods. So I've been talking about how my purpose and not coming back here for 2 years now. So the core tension is between a shifting intelligence that wears different forms, and people don't know the mythoposes that is built from. You got to look into this Canadian native mythology of the Beothuk people, the Beothic people. Look into the Beothic people. There's a changeling spirit force in the mythologies that's bound to a place called Newfoundland. See, it's Newfoundland, a place marked by an early contact and disappearance. You see that? John Cabot's 1498 expedition is a historical echo underneath everything. His ship is called the Matthew. Now, who was the family that arrived to the season in the first episode? What was the name of the family? Y'all put it in the chat. What was the name of the family that arrived in the first episode of From? The Matthews. There you go. So now you have the connection. His ship was called the Matthew. It arrived in a place called Newfoundland. Okay. So the Matthews family name becoming a part of this town, they're a critical family. Everybody in the family. I mean, Jim, you know, what happened to Jim was kind of fucked up, but I think he's going to be saved too, in a way. But this is the turning of the moments in this exploration into the real life happenings that's repeating in the capture of the timeline. So you get that area called Newfoundland, like new found in land, is an ideal and a functioning to how this egregore soul nest keeps finding new people and folding them into itself. So every arrival continues the same unresolved encounter. And this encounter is between intrusion and resistance. So the town is standing as a living imprint of that first contact, replaying itself through different faces while holding everyone in the same unfinished event. So this is a video of how a simulation loop was shown in the earlier seasons, connecting the 4th season with tarot archetypes. It gets crazy, but a lot of people miss this. Let me cut it down a little bit. This is Tabitha, but I want you to see how intricately the writers are putting the mythoposes in this thing.
Early this morning, when you knocked on my door.
So you see, they found Jim as the hangman. This is in the current season we are in. They found him dead, hung up upside down. But look in season 1, episode 9. So season 1, episode 9 had already predicted his death. And when we saw this back in 2022, I pointed that out immediately. I said, that's the motherfucking hangman. You know? I pointed that out immediately. And so if you look at the tarot deck, Boyd is the fool. Boyd is the fool. He even has a dog. Hold on, let me play the video now. I'm gonna talk about the tarot connection.
Early this morning, when you knocked upon my door.
There's the suitcase.
And I say, hello, Satan. I believe it is time to go. Me and the devil.
And that's Sophia. And it's interesting because this is a demiurge Gnostic theme. And you have a woman introducing this season that the man in yellow. If you don't know who the man in yellow is, you got to get the Necronomicon. I just put a YN on the Necronomicon. And he reading shit. I don't know how far he getting in it, but we'll have a conversation about it. That's his homework. But the king in yellow is in the Necronomicon. If you want to understand you got to study. Who is the king in yellow? He's the man in yellow. The king in yellow. But remember Boyd in the first season, he's with the dog. And Ethan drew a picture of a man with the dog. Same clothes on. If you look into the tarot deck, and I don't let motherfuckers do no damn tarot reading for me, because if you don't understand the 22 faces of God, the major arcana and the astrology attached to it, you know, you got these motherfuckers on TikTok shuffling the cards and stuff like that, trying to tell you your destiny. If you understand no astrology, the archetypes, the alchemy behind each of these cards, 22 Faces of God, Robert Bunamo's book. Get a book by Robert Bunamo called The 22 Faces of God. The 21 Faces of God, my bad. The 22 is the Fool, because the Fool counts as 0. But you got to get this 21 Faces of God, and it's a 27-part film that explores the major. If you understand no shit like that, I'm not trusting you doing no damn tarot on my ass. Because I've been studying the 21 Faces of God for the longest. But you see on the Fool card, there's a dog. And his eyes is closed. There's another book called The Zealotor you got to get to understand what's in the gnat sack of the Fool. Get the book The Zealotor. It tells you what it is, and what the Fool is carrying I wish I had that picture. I wish I had that picture, but it probably is in my phone. The page of the Zelator. But in the book, it says that the Fool is carrying dark matter in that knapsack, and the dark matter is the third eye, is melanin. It says it in the book, The Zelator. Old magic book. Breaking down some stuff by Mark Hetzel. He says it like in the first chapter. It's dark matter. The white flower represents illumination, and his head is facing the opposite direction of the sun, and he's about to walk off the ledge, because you're supposed to know where the ledge is. Is knowledge, is knowing where the ledge is, but his eyes is closed. Boyd is representative of that. Boyd is the Christological figure of the whole series, of course, because he's melanated, and they have to do some rituals to him. He's the Negrito of the alchemical process. He has to be broken down. His wife is taken from him. He goes through the worms thing, you know, the worms getting in his body, all of that type stuff. But let me go. I'll be here all day. Boyd is the Fool. Now, Ethan and Jade can both play the magician, but we're gonna put Ethan as the magician. Tabitha is the high priestess. Fatima is the empress. Father Cothry and what was the other guy's name? What is his name? The old man that died in the other season. Not Kenny's father, but he plays the Hierophant. The Hierophant. The Lovers is, you know who the Lovers are. They got the Lovers card, plain as day. Fatima and Ellis is the Lovers. Somebody wrote an interesting statement about it. The man in yellow is Satan. He wants his own garden in Eden. Ellis and Fatima look like Adam and Eve in the opening credits. The man in yellow comes in the skies like a snake and plants ideals and thoughts into the townspeople to toy them. Also, the message on the barn wall, knowledge comes at a cost, is reminiscent of Eve biting into the apple of knowledge. They even have Fatima in the last season eating all of this dead fruit. The Chariot is Bacta. She's the melanated woman who drives the bus, and now she's over the diner. Jade is also representative of the strength, the strength card. The Hermit is Victor. Elgin is the Wheel of Fortune. Kenny is Justice, the Justice card. The Hangman is Jim. Death is a lot of people. That could be symbolized to a lot of people, but we just put it on Mr. T. And Temperance is Tilly. Tilly is actually the man in yellow. I figured out because the man in yellow can change into other people. And if you look at the cup that Tilly had in the last season, Sophia, who is the man in yellow change, has the same cup that Tilly had. So we know the man in yellow was Tilly the whole time. The devil is the man in yellow, but it also can be the music box. The tower is the lighthouse. There's the lighthouse. Is the tower card in the tarot, where the children souls have to be freed. Then you got the star card. The star card in the tarot. Where's the writer's weight deck art? if you're watching season 4, you understand that the star card is actually the tear or the lake of tears. You'll hear about the lake of tears. We haven't seen it yet, but the souls of the people who die in the town get trapped in the lake of tears. That's why Jim was able to show Ethan or tell him what the lake of tears is. You see, it says right here, the lake of tears is a mysterious dreamlike location and from that appears to Ethan Matthews' visions and becomes central to the series unfolding. That's the star card in the tarot. The moon card. You get the moon card in the tarot deck to the TV series From is actually the boy in white. The boy in white is the moon. The Moonchild. You know I was going to sneak it in somehow. The sun card can be the Ankui children. Judgment is Sarah. The world could be Martin or Elgin. Elgin could be the world, or he could be the will. In reverse arcana, the reverse world is the ballerina. Remember the ballerina. Reverse strength card is the Civil War soldier, which is Jade's incarnation, we figured out. The reverse magician is the man in yellow again. Then you have minor arcana elements. The faraway trees could be the Two of Pentacles. The talismans in the town is the Ace of Pentacles. The tunnels is the Queen of Cups. The cicadas is the Eight of Wands. The crows is the Page of Swords. The road is the 10 of Wands. And we could go deeper, but I ain't going to keep y'all all day up in here. Put a 1 in the chat if you're following. Put a 1 in the chat. You said, what about the guy with the $150? Said, that's the lake Ethan was looking for. Pretty sure the star in the tarot is Sirius. White, high-ranking Satan is spending big money on info and books like this. Cult books not cheap, right? So let's get back to it. So the deeper understanding, when you get into this thing, which is a elaborate metaphysical mystery. This is one of the biggest put together metaphysical mysteries, as I said, in TV history. Fatima is a big part of the mystery. Her building the Jewish golem of folklore. They asked her what she's building. She said, I'm building a golem, because she said it's connected to her religion. I already knew she was already saying that she was Jewish. And the golem exists in the Jewish folklore. It's also called the Goyim. Let me exit some of this out. But she's trying to build a golem to protect the people from what's surfacing to the top of her after she gives birth to one of the monsters. So this also follows the Baelfic mythology of the witch and her son, which is called the game. It's some type of Saturnian soul game I'm going to break down right now. So there's a woman in Newfoundland in the settlement where John Cabot came and his men. She gave birth to a son. This directly mirrors Fatima's pregnancy and places the maternal fertility at the center of the creative force of the show for both darkness and light. Because you remember in the show, they said no one was able to have kids. No one's able to have kids in the town but Fatima. As the environment deteriorates, Fatima, or the witch, becomes, well, before she's a witch, she's just a woman, but the woman becomes marked as a witch, giving birth to this son. And she's marked as a witch because she's able to use her intuition and anomalous perception. Basically, she had abilities to see things. And John Cabot's explorer camp, they were a part of the Inquisition of the church. So there were all Augustinian friars who accompanied expeditions like that of John Cabot. And what they did, they took the woman, they bound her in a cave while crows circled above. This is the Mula Nakshatra, which is the star of buried truth, forced into confrontation, and also life being stripped away into its origin. So the Beathic reality of cultural violence became forced conversation attempts, echoing themes from the absence of Bibles in Frumland. And all of these were likened to imposed belief systems stripped of its authentic connection. Every time winter approaches and from, starvation spreads across the town, which parallels the second season where food became hard to till in the ground, while the trees began shifting their positions, indicating a living simulation terrain likened to our own reality here. This responds to imbalance under the Nakshatra Shatabisha. The witch was taken to a cave. Remember, the cave had children in it. They say that the children was sacrificed so the people in Frumville could obtain, or the parents could obtain immortality, certain things that's going on with this acron thing. Let me see there. So these kids are seen by Tabitha. They're actually, they were sacrificed. But they're in this cave. Jade saw it in his mushroom trip that to actually escape the town, they have to dig up the kids' bodies, something like that. So the witch's trial, we're going back to Beathuk, the actual real story. It escalated into a drowning test in a lake. So they tried to drown her and they succeeded. So this purified lake that becomes the Lake of Tears in Frumville becomes a persecution of evil, making her the vessel of a conjuring projected fear of nightmares. You remember in the last episode, they showed the dolls that became these entities. You know, the dolls that they pulled from the lake. So Fatima is the witch spoken of in the Beathic mythology because she's able to birth monsters. And she says there's something in her that's still crawling around. So after they took out the witch, the explorers eventually repaired their ships and departed, and they took her son with them and left her behind. And the rupture of that lineage is the Nakshatra Bharani. So John Cabot is said to have left Tarocchi, the Italian card system, behind, embedding the symbolic gameplay into the land's memory, the game of Saturn. If you know what Tarocchi is, this is pre-tarot. So in despair, She calls outward and receives an answer from a beatific aligned entity. Now, who do you think this beatific entity is? It is the king in yellow. Or you see this entity that's in Ethan's book. It is the king in yellow. Is this changeling being or this demiurge god of this simulated reality. He represents Naga of the nakshatras. So their agreement between the witch and the king in yellow is a wager of a structure of a game, a segment along the coastline from where John Cabot's ship came. All of that area becomes absorbed into a separate spiritual domain, initiating the first cycle of victims in the simulated timeline spectacle that eventually transforms into Frumville. The mythos that forms from it draws fragmented Beothuk beliefs from the native people of Newfoundland. It represents the reverence for the sun and the moon, because the town people had fear of a sea entity, which probably represents the lake of tears, maybe the souls that are nesting from all of the dead people over different timelines became the lake, and the birds that carry the dead. The linguistic term Anui, meaning tree, evolves in the tree, it evolves in the series. So the native Canadian people called it Anui. It becomes in the series Ankui, which means remember or remember the trees, which reinforces the multiplicity within a root network, positions this forest as a living hoodoo system of Kabbalah, which they're able to transport through the trees to different sides of the landscape that they couldn't enter otherwise. Now, I did a tarot collage. It messed up some of the characters. I think they made Kenny black in this. And they made Elgin old, but it did its best. But I tried to put the tarot and connect it to a lot of things here. So the game itself unfolds through the tarot, assigning each enchanted role among 78 archetypes visible through card play, or when Jade uses flashcards. The structure also follows the Sulabuska rules, requiring opposing sides, resulting in the division of the witch's son, which is the boy in white, into dual aspects, a lunar counterpart and a solar counterpart. The boy in white reflects the lunar twin to the man in yellow, who is Ethan. Ethan is the man in yellow, but Ethan also represents ether, while there's an unseen solar twin balancing the polarity with Victor and the boy in white as well. Victor is the other solar twin to the lunar twin, both tied to the Panavasu Nakshatra, which means return to light, because Victor is the only one who survived his massacre in 1978, and his dad came from the outside world and is reunited with him. His mother is reunited with him through Tabitha, who is Miranda, his mother. This is Tabitha down here. So each faction expresses through different forms. The crows are with the moon. The worms are demonic fertility for monsters. The spiders are with the witch. The cave symbolism of the children being sacrificed by their parents for immortality is an active conflict between the sun and moon forces. The woman in the Komodo, who was separated, she was the witch that was separated from her son. She's the one that's whispering voices to Sarah or Tien, reinforcing this maternal call. Selection in the game occurs at moments close to death. How do you get in Fromville? Drunk driving, distractions from inner insecurities, self-harm, an inner disease that's developing that you ignore. All of this reveal a captivity net that's thrown out to people with unresolved emotional weight that's governed by the nakshatra ashlesha, the Nagas, that pulls you into this enclosed reality called From. Then the game board is set and manifests through a strategic placement of how they enter. So both the sun and the moon sides exert different influences through the townspeople, through their visions, and through voices in the head. The witch's side is guiding Jade and later Sarah through altered perceptions, while the opposing force is manipulating Boyd through apparitions such as Father Cothry in black, encouraging concealment and distortion. Tabitha received transmissions from the children who identify their existence within the trees, which also links that hoodoo or Gaia network in the simulation. Different objects in the show from prior lives acts as anchors, such as Christie's stone or the talisman engravings, Martin's tattoos or Tabitha's cave dress, Jim's bracelet. Each aligns with the nakshatra hasta, requiring spiritual reclamation for exit out of the simulation. The monsters in the series represent the lunar dominance. I don't know if I have a picture of the monsters, but you watch the series, y'all know what it looked like. They represent lunar dominance. Some of their souls keep returning as crows during daylight time to observe and survey the area through aerial forms. So there's emotional, energetic activity in this town that becomes measurable, mainly with fear and pain filling the lake of tears for the lunar side, while hope and courage it continues to strengthen the solar side. Victor's timeline, I don't know if I got, so Victor is the one up here. He's important to the show. Victor's timeline introduces a suspended interval between 1978 and 2018. So remember when Julie was story walkings, Julie gained the ability to enter other timelines of Fromville, and that's where she saw the man in yellow commencing the massacre back in 1978 when Victor was a boy. Following the betrayal that exposed these hidden places of the monster. So Victor timeline was when his mother, and his sister discovered where the monsters sleep at night. So he's beginning from a child to now an adult. He's the only person in the town that knows these mysteries. But the thing is that he should have died in the timeline in 1978 with his mother and with his sister. Now, we don't know why he survived yet, but I have a theory that I'm going to talk about in a second. So his mother and a man named Christopher that he spoke about in season 3. Christopher was this person similar to Jade. I think Christopher is one of the incarnations of Jade. I think they did say that. Let me see if they got a picture of Christopher, but they said Christopher was like the life of Fromville back in 1978. He was just a real positive soul. It says Christopher is a key character from a formal, cheerful townsperson whose obsession with the mysterious symbol leads him to commit a tragic massacre. Yeah, that's Christopher in season 3. But they say that this is a incarnation of Jade from back then. So Victor's mother and Christopher are divergent paths of survival. We believe his mother had an agreement with the man in yellow that extended Victor's life, delaying the next cycle for 40 years under the Nakshatra Pushya. The boy in white maintains his survival because of Victor, or Victor's mother making that deal. And that's why the boy in white is able to grow up into a full man now, like Victor. Christopher relocated to the lighthouse and became a voice to guide the children for Tabitha. So the expiration of the agreement that was made to spare Victor is beginning to restart the cycle. So it's ending now. Each talisman has a special sigil on it. These sigils are binded rune configuration, which are dual symbols into a third symbol of different Norse mythological constructs, maintaining the central alignment to Yggdrasil's 3-root system that situates the entire spiritual domain with the multi-rooted cosmology, where layered worlds connect through living axis, forming a continuous field of interaction governed by ancient symbolic laws. So it's interesting that the trees are pivotal to Fromville, and without these talisman, you would be eaten up by monsters at night. And the whole show is centered around trees, but these glyphs are clearly Nordic and connected to runes. And the whole rune mythology is centered around Yggdrasil, which is a tree. Very interesting. And you had the death of Jim in this season at the hands of the man in yellow. He says it's terrible. It's a terrible shame you won't get to see what happens next. But Jim is the opening sacrifice of the new cycle. Jim is the rationale builder. He was a real life engineer and questioned anything that tried to speak through the people through visions. The man in yellow removes him because Jim reached a transmission peak. Jim became the hanged man fully. He suspended, then inverted upside down and turned into proof that the town punishes whoever touches significations to what's behind the veil. And we spoke about Julie earlier becoming a story walker because of Ethan being the real narrator of Fromville. She became a story walker by entering a portal in the forest. So she's able to survey time, and she's trying to turn around the conclusion of Jim's death, her father, into a fixed state inside of this town's simulation. But she figures out she can only enter the page in time, yet the page has its own law that cannot be reversed. So Julie, her role is the most important evolution because she's moving through the story's crevices. Unlike everyone else, she has an important role. She represents the Ashwini Nakshatra, the star of sudden passage and rescue in the movement between states. She's also Shatabisha, the star of hidden systems, strange healing, enclosed worlds. She can enter events in Frumville's history sideways, like a soul stepping through cracks of causality. Her gift shows that Frumland is built from overlapping time bands from the 1500s that make traumatic events to the Civil War all the way to the 1950s to the 1978 massacre. So the present town and all of those other events is pressed together into transparent sheets. Tabitha, I think I had a picture of her from the video. Yeah, Tabitha is, her aura is deepening into the Yotis incarnation karmas of logic, becoming the mother archetype Miranda, who is the mother of Victor. She is reincarnating maternal. She is reincarnated as a maternal figure that's pulled back again and again by the Ankui children to try and stop the child sacrifice. Her nakshatra current is Bharani, which is the womb star, the passage of death, and all of the burden of other souls. She can also be Parnavasu nakshatra, that's my ascendant, the return of light, repetitively coming back into visions unresolved, and restoration after collapsing. Her story is the woman who keeps being reborn into the same unfinished rescue. Remember the cave dress and the uncovered former bracelet of Miranda, her connection to the lighthouses, and the children are all continuity fragments. The children live inside the trees because the sacrifice fused their awareness into the land's living nervous system. I don't know if y'all still here, but this is some deep shit I'm reading from watching the damn. We lost a few people. It's getting kind of late. You said what movie and show this is? This is from. Balance says Odin did that, went into the cosmic pit and came back with runes from the 3 world system. Yeah, the Norns, which becomes the celestial web. Yep. What Odin really had, he got it from the giant. One of the giant, well, I forgot his name. Somebody said, nah, you going in. I'm here for sure. It's definitely getting late, but we pushing through. They've been clowning Elgin online. They've been clowning the brother online. He was doing some dumb stuff in the series. He wasn't doing nothing a melanated person would do. Somebody made a meme. What was the meme? Dude is going to show up next episode looking like this if he doesn't change his tone. So he lost the eye, so they got the one eye symbolism in it. But he's significant in the story as well. They even put L in his name. And don't forget that Donna gave Fatima a dream catcher. Is this how she became the woman in the Komodo? Or how the witch fused her trauma through her? I don't know. But you had Jade, and Jade was hilarious in the first 2 seasons. It's amazing how Jade has completely shifted his character to a serious character. Is amazing. He's doing some great acting, whoever this person is. But he's taking magic mushrooms in season 4. He's getting closer. He's getting answers. He represents the magician card whose intellect gets open through symbology. He belongs to the Mula Nakshatra, the star of the root of exposure, excavation of the buried cause of all things. He also could be Chitra, the pattern of reality, the master architect in design, sacred construction, because I think he's an architect in real life. So the symbol he obsesses over is the town's root mark in the cave, the buried sigil behind the game. Jade must learn that the town speaks through images before it speaks through a common language. He has the Civil War visions, his former lives as different Jades, the children, the roots, the cards, the music box form one lesson that he must resolve to escape the simulation. So he's very key in escaping, and he's getting a lot of answers. This is one of his incarnations from the last episode. They said, well, this is him as a little boy. He takes the magic mushroom, so they got some hoodoo verse visions up in it. Everybody said this was probably the best episode up from the last episode. Yeah, we still don't know who these people are. This was hilarious. On Facebook fan page of From, I don't know who these motherfuckers are, but they were central to the opening theme of the episode. I think they end up getting murked, but we figured out that this guy is Jade. They also figured out Jade was a Black Civil War soldier, and he was Christopher, and they all died because the town figured out that they were able to receive messages from something speaking to them. So they started to blame the reason why they were trapped in Fromville on Jade and Tabitha in past incarnations. All right, I think we went through enough of this. Because we'll be here all night. I got like 4 more paragraphs, long ass paragraphs on this. But when the last episode drops From, I'll come back and we'll do a major decode and we'll go through it all and break it all down. But yeah, From is just, it's massive, man. A lot of information. You can comb through that information. I could do another 5 hours just on From. I think we're on 4 hours. I think we'll be on 5 real soon. So let me see where we're at. Where are we? Okay. So Jupiter is moving into Cancer. We're going to go into some mythology behind that. So Jupiter enter exaltation in the sidereal Cancer marks one of the most psychological restorative transits in the entire 12-year Jovian cycle. So this only happens every 12 years, family. So people keep talking about the instability of the world right now, how the economy is, different politics, but underneath all of that is the twilight language of the stars inside of the collective mind. This transit begins shifting that atmosphere fully. When Jupiter enters Cancer, the faith in all positive aspects will start returning to those people who are spiritually running low on fumes. The emotional body will cease feeling the trapped energies inside constant contractions, and their lives will begin looking more habitable again. Possibility and the meaning of existence will return to them. The psyche will slowly lift itself out of that survival fixation and begin imagining a future instead of merely enduring the present. Once Jupiter moves through Parnavasu, which is my ascendant, the symbolism intensifies even further because Parnavasu governs all restoration after the devastation. I was talking about this on Patreon, that they were speaking and saying that Parnavasu is probably one of the only fixed stars out of the 27 lunar mansions that doesn't really have a shadow side. It's just pure light, pure brilliance of light. Jarvian said, hey, finish those paragraphs. You said, what site can you watch from on? We put the site on Patreon. Go to the Patreon chat or go to the Discord chat, and it's on there. So you're about to rewind this. You have to step away. Yeah, make sure you guys y'all watch this. Y'all this is going to be one you can watch for a little bit. You say you start your new job on June 1st. There you go. There you go. So Parnavasu is ruled by the deity Aditi, the infinite mother, the mother of the gods, the cosmic force that restores light after periods of fragmentation and collapse. That is why this transit carries such a powerful emotional vitality. It will feel like something is returning to humanity that humanity did not know or realize it had lost. People will suddenly regain curiosity about the soul's plight. Creative energy will begin circulating again. Vision will return to people who mentally checked out on inspirations from years ago. Even the emotional atmosphere will become softer and more receptive because exalted Jupiter in Cancer nourishes the inner world instead of the inflaming external chaos. The deeper reason this transit matters is because Jupiter governs all expansion through meaning, wisdom, and spiritual orientation. So when the collective consciousness becomes trapped in fear, cynicism, and fragmentation, Jupiter will restore perspective to where the rubber meets the road. Then Cancer will amplify that restoration. And that is why this ingressment feels larger than ordinary astrology hype. Humanity has been mentally overcooked for years. Exalted Jupiter enters Cancer and brings rain, finally reaching the scorched land. In the period between June 1st to June 20th, it carries exceptional intensity because the ingress current is still fresh, active, and saturating collective consciousness in real time. You will already begin to feel the emotional climate beginning to reorganize itself underneath the surface of your daily life. This is Guduru. That's Jupiter's real Vedic name, Guduru. Guduru will restore spiritual respiration to people who forgot what inner expansion feels like. Now, there's a mythology of Guduru, I want you to understand, with Buddha, those with the Mercury ruled signs or Mercury ascendants and moons. Notice the moon looks like Mercury, which I say these are plasmic pictorials depicted as actual planetary body pictures. They're more like plasma. But this is Mercury and the moon. The left is Mercury, the right is the moon. So there is an old occult doctrine, I think it's a Brihat Parashara, that says that children born through marriage carry the stamp of Jupiter, while children born outside of marriage carry the sealing of Mercury. Now, what is this? When you actually study Vedic mythology instead of surface level astrology, you'll figure out that Jupiter governs Dharma, all sacred institutions, your sanctioned bloodline, priesthoods of ancient eras, and inheritance from the ancestors. Guduru is legitimacy to who you are, the social order, and the continuation of recognized realization. Jupiter is the throne of civilization, the lawful husband, the protected house on the block, the ritual contract from past ancestral ordeals that stabilizes again in his lineage through time. So naturally, birth within marriage falls beneath Jupiter's canopy. Mercury comes through a completely different gate. Now, this is not to talk down on anybody that's born outside of a marriage. This is to give you perspective to what's going on here, reflectively to the plasmas above, why these things happen. Buddha was born because Chandra crossed into Jupiter's domain and took his wife Tara. So Chandra took Jupiter's female. That entire myth is a metaphysical code. So the moon took Jupiter's wife and had a child with Jupiter's wife. That child becomes Buddha, who is Mercury. So Mercury enters existence through desire that violated sacred order. So his birth emerges through a relational fracture, creating an unstable lineage that crossed boundaries, which creates a social ambiguity in intelligence forged inside irregular conditions. In raw terms, Buddha is the celestial bastard of the planetary family. That matters more than people realize, because Mercury becomes the planetary force of adaptation, precisely because of his origin, which contains instability. Mercury learns different areas of movement, where Jupiter preserves the former structural environments of movement. Mercury will learn survival, where Jupiter grants protection. Mercury learns to be calculative, where Jupiter grants inheritance. So that is why many people born outside of the formal father's life structure will develop mercurial intelligence early in life. The environment will sharpen the hind mind. The hind mind learns how to scan people, read their motives, all to move strategically and survive contradictions that negotiate shifting realities. So these people think several moves ahead. Life pushes them into awareness fast because circumstances leaves little room for innocence. That is pure Mercury. All street intelligence, psychological speed, social maneuverability, environmental awareness, adaptive intellect, the ability to function inside of an unstable terrain without mentally folding is Mercury. Mercury rules Virgo through Mula Trikona, his higher operational function. Virgo governs discernment and precise analysis. Mercury is the consciousness that knows how to survive circumstantial matters. Jupiter represents the sanctified version of that. Mercury represents the intelligence born from crossing beyond that. That is why Buddha governs trade, communication, calculation, movement, commerce, negotiation of contracts. Earth demands maneuverability, and Earth rewards intelligence that is capable of adapting under pressure. So the mythology already told you the story from thousands of years ago. Buddha is a child born from the moon's desire of violating Jupiter's sacred law. And from that fracture emerges the very force most are capable of navigating in the complexity of material existence. A lot of people raised in hood environments carry strong Virgo or Mercury signatures because those environments force the mind into heightened situational intelligence early in life. So the streets is ruled by Virgo. You learn how to detect instability, concealed hostility, deception, envy, all through observation, because daily movement in the streets must have accurate judgment. So people with these ordeals in life, they can see the ops and study the ops. They know how to move the more they survive. Virgo is the streets. and governs repetitive work cycles, scarcity management, service economies, body exhaustion. All of this is Virgo. This aligns directly with urban working class environments where people continuously manage transportation, finances, schedule, and their neighborhoods have an emotional discipline for survival and leave almost no room for miscalculation. So Mercury and Virgo therefore become deeply connected to environmental awareness and the psychological mechanics required to navigate high tension social terrains without losing composure or direction. Said new episode tomorrow. Now, I don't think there's a new episode of From coming out this week. So what if someone is born, then some years later your parents get married to each other? If you're born unmarried, you're born on a Mercury. You said Mercury and Scorpio sounds about right. We were just talking about the rat horse contraction, Jupiter, Sagittarius, rat. Right. So the movie came out called Is God Is. Is God Is. And this was some serious rituals. Look up a word called androcide, because that's what is the reciprocation of what I'm looking at and seeing this movie. Androcide, I call it black androcide. Androcide refers to systematic killing of males because of their sex to eliminate potential uprising in weakened communities. The term comes from the Greek word andro, meaning man, and Latin side means killing. So this is a film introducing a major ritual which was released depicting two black women hunting down their black father, who plays some evil black patriarch who callously lit his wife and children on fire. And the thing about it, the title on the movie, if you zoom in right here, it says, "Make your daddy dead, real dead." And I guess that we are just supposed to clap and support something like this. So Is God Is, released on the same day as Iceman, May 15th, through Amazon, MGM, and Orion. Sterling K. Brown from Paradise, remember the TV series Paradise? And Janelle Monáe, where the plot centers around these twin sisters avenging themselves against an abusive black father. The release date is 66 numerology. Amazon MGM Studios equals 66. Black father equals 66. The title Is God Is equals 107 in reverse ordinal gematria, 44 in full reduction. Janelle Monáe equals 107 and 44. May 15th equals 60. Its release date, Black Patriarch equals 60. So the release date in the patriarchal kill frame equals the same in the same cipher. Sterling K. Brown was born on April 5th, and the film dropped 40 days after his birthday. Revenge equals 40. That's what the two girls are looking to do. I also noticed the title is connected to goddess. Is God is saying, is goddess. Are you a goddess? Or are you going to fall into the simulation themes that they push into the psyche? So is it really a test to melanated women, whether they fall for it or not? So Alicia Harris and Sterling K. Brown, the writer of the story name is Alicia Harris, and we've been investigating this woman. This woman, she has a lot of divestment vibes to the way she writes her stories. There's nothing wrong with a revenge film with women done wrong by men. But notice in the Hollywood industry, when there's a black woman seeking revenge on a man, it always has to be a black man. And it always has the results in the killing of the black man. So that's the Hollywood spell in plain sight. And they're using proxy like this woman. And there's another man who wrote Slave Play, a LGBT man, Jeremy O. Harris. Both of them wrote this strip together. So the black family wound is the genre of entertainment. And they had what is her name? Vivica Fox play the mother. She's burnt up here. Whatever the mother says becomes divine permission to the twin daughters. So the daughters become these executors of black men. The father is the ritual offering. And this is how cinema is training the subconscious. The image first, the emotion second, and the ideology third. Is selling trauma as justice, the fracturing of the black family as empowerment, and the patriarchal death as a catharsis, while black boys sit in the theater absorbing another myth where manhood equals danger and the fatherhood equals a corpse. And Sterling K. Brown talked about why he chose to be a part of this film. Is God is. I'm looking at him sideways. Sterling K. Brown says, so there's a macro and the micro. I love black women and I love seeing black women win, right? I thought this was an incredibly creative strip, something different and new. And I think that we as a community have been asking for creative and new stories, right? And I feel like the more diverse the landscape of stories are and that we get to tell, the more people will stop putting us into a box in terms of what a black movie is, what a black story is. We are everything. And so the opportunity to do everything is something that excites me. Alicia Harris wrote a play. She adapted the play and she directed the play. And I think she did so brilliantly. I also love the idea that black women get a chance to be messy in this film, like hella messy. I feel like oftentimes we're asked in many stories to be voices of reason, sort of the sensible side component of a larger story. And that's not the case in this. That is exciting to me. And I said, off with this Negro, if that's his mindset. Because if you want diversified black films, you can put some actual metaphysics with some melanated people having the divine strength showing us in a new light, not a spectacle. If you want to put black films in a new light. So all of that is pretty ritualistically. I mean, pretty ritualistic. I said listically, but ritualistic. Oh, we got another video. Yeah, we just reaching. We might go a little bit long. We go a little bit longer. Let me go into this beehive ritual and see how far we can get down the rabbit hole.
Beekeepers are given all resources, empowered to act on their own judgment, outside the system.
Sure you want to do this, honeybee?
Yeah, bro. I like Reality Revolt. I like Reality Revolt. I might do some stuff with him in the future as well. He has some good connections. So White House brands Trump the beekeeper. In the latest meme, we know the Egyptian symbology connects to the bee symbolism as well. Upper Egypt and the Lower Egypt crown is connected to the beehive. So it says possibly the most underrated tradition of Egypt is the veneration of the honeybee. The honeybee is also called Sirius, by the way. But the Egyptians believed that bees were born from the tears of the sun god Ra. In ancient Egypt, bees were the symbol of royalty, the symbol of Egypt itself, and the pharaoh's title, the beekeeper. Honey and all, and X in Truth Social made a meme of Trump as the beekeeper. Trump reveals new details of bunker-like ballroom with a drone base, possibly a data center as well. Drones are called male honeybees. They are one of the 3 castes in the honeybee colony, along with the queen and the worker. So bees tied to the ancient mystery religion and all the world stage players involved. We saw the symbolism with Beyonce, the cult of the bee goddess, which is Artemis, but it's also the first T-Rans goddess. What is the name of the goddamn Phrygian goddess? Been on here too long. Kybella, the first T-Rans goddess, is also a bee entity. The Pope's crown traces back to the symbolic meaning of the beehive symbolism. And as it showed at the end of the video, everything is about tapping into the hive mind, the potential of multi-agentic AI and digital agencies in 2025. So that's what the symbolism is connecting back into, a hive mind. So this is Robert Harvard, or this was Robert Harvard, the chief executive at Lockheed Martin, the Middle East Business Division. This is very disturbing. So check this video out. I got to refresh again.
The president has time on his hands. He controls the narrative, he controls the strike capabilities, and he knows that the policy he set with the blockade has had short-term and long-term effects on the regime and the people of Iran. So he's been very astute in leveraging that time. And so I don't see it as negotiations. It really is capitulation. The president's made it very clear. You will not have a nuclear weapon. You will not have the material. Surrender that, and you will ensure.
So you just got this dude neck. They just don't care no more, man. How long I've been telling you guys about hyper realistic mask? How long have I been talking about that? I was one of the first ones speaking about hyper realistic mask. Then you had the other guys come out. Conscious X was doing real good with it, but there was some grifting that started going on with that as people get a little bit too woo with it. That Rahu, that Rahu star activated in the chart. But obviously this dude is dead. He's either dead or they don't got him somewhere. And they don't put a mask on somebody else that looks like him now. These are rituals. Now, his nickname, Robert Harvard, is Bob. That sounds like the entity from Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks has a evil entity fighting in the red room called Bob. And Bob becomes this dark tulpa that possesses the body of other people. It gets inside your body, makes you do things. This is the doppelganger Moonchild. Is a species of hyperadaptive psychic entities, tulpas, that emerge as a mirrored offspring of the consciousness of the person, separate from the biological lineage of the person, and function as living echo forms that's generated through memory residue, trauma imprints, and symbolic recursions. Remember that each Moonchild carries different identities, and these identities can imitate the original while expressing hidden potentials, suppressed drives, or alternate timelines of the self. Their presence produces familiarity mixed with the unease, as though the psyche is encountering its own shadow casted into independent form. So you got doppelgangers. Your boy John Travolta came out. John Travolta is almost 70, and he's looking weird. They're saying that's not him. So yeah, they're not hiding it anymore. They're just not hiding it. You said, yeah, Conscious X was cool for a bit. I wonder where he started to grift. Right. Excuse me. Ain't check out Conscious X in a long minute. There was an armed gunman at the White House checkpoint tonight. I'm not surprised. Wu-Tang forever. Wonder if that's why RZA has been hella active out of nowhere. Yeah, that all was Masonic B sim. The B symbolism goes back to Masonry too. All right, we're getting to the end here. Let's finish it off with the lecture. So we're going to explain the future aeons, hoodoo aeons. Hoodoo. So we did the lecture. If you missed the lecture, it's called Hoodoo Aeons. It's a 5-hour lecture on Patreon of same content like we did today. We're getting very descriptive of what this thing is, not playing no games. Hoodoo Aeonology is presenting hoodoo as a discipline of remembrance and directed action of your nin. We talked about the three forces: the nin, the zen, and the zing. We got to go back in other videos to cover what the nin, the zen, and the zing is. The who represents the calling. It's called the calling code in your melanin. The who is the calling code, is the invocation of the melanin. It gathers attention and it aligns intention through the nin, and that could be accumulated through your mantras, whether people through affirmations, prayer, speech memory, or ancestral connections that you make. The do represents the work. It can turn intention into movement of the ritual behavior and change the choices that you make into tangible actions, not reactionary actions to the timeline. So one without the other will lose force. It's the calling code without the movement is nothing but empty words. So a lot of people are making empty words because the movement without purpose is wandering. So people are out here wandering. The union between both creates attraction where thought actually becomes the lived reality. So if you're not in hoodoo, you're not living reality. You can look at hoodoo as some woo, black magic type shit, but we're taking it on a metaphysical, advanced level of soul physics to know what's happening right here. So within this human life, which should be treated as an interwoven stream of body memory through family environments, emotion, and possibility, there's distortion that appears when these parts fall into conflict and repetition. So you have the physiology, the kinship, the spatial, the metamonic, the environment, and the emergence. The ancestors are carriers of the memory in our DNA and continuity that pass wisdom and imprinting of the timelines across our generations. They began the rituals. We enact the rituals, and we speak through the rituals as declarations that become practical tools that help restore order in our life, also sharpen our awareness. The overall goal is to clear out the psychic residue that keeps people trapped in repeating loops. And the larger purpose involves in redirecting momentum. The momentum can begin when you collapse the entropic drift. So remember, I said earlier that the dark matter projection of melanin stabilizes and keeps the chaos in place. It's not functioning in the chaos, is actually what's maintaining the order and the establishment of what chaos does, so we can have the opportunity for a rampant occult transformation. You need the chaos to transform. The code fusion comes from the Kundalini practices. It is the true layer of what's happening on an energetic level with our soul and our body, the yakata. The rising of the UFO is actually the rising of you in soul form, leaving the simulation timeline and becoming negentropic. So hoodoo is introducing a conscious intervention of pathways where small focused actions placed at the right moment can redirect the person toward a different outcome that changes the temporal axis. Do you see this here? Intervention through minimal acts shifts course. What you do in your day, the same patterns that you repeat keeps you in a simulated timeline. So when you change what you do, starting with the action you take as soon as you wake up in the 3D out of your dream or rest state, we'll say the zero state. When you awake, what is the first action that you do? Some people wash their face, brush their teeth. Some people do push-ups. Some people do whatever you do on a regular. Try something different that's of a higher frequency. I gave examples of Chinese medicine, going downstairs, washing your mouth out with Himalaya salt. I gave some methodologies in Hoodoo Aeons. Once you change that, you change the trajectory of what you got to do this for a while, by the way, but these minimal acts that you do will open you up to new probabilities of neg-entrophic order in your life. You damn sure. You damn sure should believe it. And mantra resonance, the more mantras, stabilizes that new path. It becomes a spiritual force that joins the ancestral memory with your present effort. So you're bringing your ancestors into the new path. What is the result of that? That's heightened intuition of stronger will, the nin, into a clearer sense of direction, the zen, where the scattered energy gathers itself and moves with purpose. That's the zing. So this is NAGAPATHU material of hyper sovereignty, the melanetics. We spoke about Grigri equilibrialism, cold fusions consciousness, what Oshulu is, the third tree of the Kabbalah. All of this is new physics. The soul is the summoning of the Stargate. A future aeon is a phase state of reality where consciousness ceases behaving as a passive observer, trapped inside inherited causality, and then begins operating as an active organizing principle of matters of memory through probability states. When they say that the gods are intervening, when you're becoming your God form, your higher self, the soul is now being called back into its true vector, which will break spells, realign your frequency, and help your soul remember its origin and where it should end up outside of the timeline. This creates hyper sovereignty. It emerges as a restoration of directional authorship over one's frequency, where the soul no longer moves according to imposed psychic gravities of inherited simulations. And we covered this with melanetics, which is the study of how the conductive medium of this process through lived memory intelligence of melanin and its ancestral continuity stabilizes itself through Grigri equilibrialism, which is the balancing law that prevents force from collapsing into distortion. So in physics, intention behaves as a measurable structure, which creates memories as the substance of that measurable structure. And the relationship of the measurable structure in the substance is the geometry, which is time becoming a navigatable density rather than just a fixed state or a river flowing, so to speak. The future aeon, therefore, is a migration from entropy mechanics into coherence mechanics. Humans can stop existing as an isolated biological container and begin functioning as a nodal intelligence inside a larger metamonic intelligence. Reality responds through resonance and continuity rather than collision alone. Cause and effect has to be joined by participation. These small interventions placed at precise temporal openings during Stargate periods, that means astrological phases, will generate disproportionate shifts, because then the soul begins interacting with the underlying weave rather than only reacting to the surface events. So within this terminology, this means that the future aeon is the moment when the Horian species accumulates enough cold fusion of memory and will stabilize a new state of existence. The simulation loop loses authority because the identity is no longer externally programmed, and hyper sovereignty becomes the law of self-directed emergence. Melanetics is the transmissions of mediums, where the Grigri equilibrialism is the harmonizing constant. The aeon itself is a new physics of liberated continuity where consciousness acquires enough density to bend the trajectory of its own becoming. So this picture just showing the portal of renewal, crossing into the new timeline, the new aeon. This is the fallen aeon, the archons getting their ass whipped. And now we're in higher consciousness, harmony, and order. We've evolved into a hyper sovereignty, and our soul is liberated and restored. So now we have resplendent fusion. We become the redeemed God, the restored soul, divinely whole. And this connection is unbreakable. You know, it's unbreakable. And that is future Aeons Decoded for that ass. Give me some questions. Give me some questions in the chat. I'm going to drop the link. I'm going to drop an invitation link for StreamYard, but we don't have that long. We're going to be out of here soon. So can I go back 3 slides? 1, 2, 3. Recommend some books. I gave some books. Get the Michael Pushka's book, Architects of Reality. There's another book I just got that I didn't get to get into. I'm going to save it for Patreon, but Boxer 01 Jersey dropped an amazing book in the Discord. What's the name of that book? It's called Black Stars in Dim Carcosa, the Necronomicon Field Notes by Marco Visconti. This is a hell of a book. He's a student of Carl Stone and Kenneth Grant. I don't know if he's initiated or anything, but this book came out in 2026. Black Stars in Dim Carcosa by Marco Visconti. You said, well, let me see if y'all coming up in here. I got to make sure because somebody be in the link and I don't see them. Did the link freeze? Can y'all put a thumbs up if y'all can hear me? Okay, there we go. We back. I guess I'll hear something if somebody comes in here. You said doing outside your comfort zone connects to that From series, right? With this decode you just finished, what is the mediation practice we could do tonight? The mediation practice is closing your eyes and for the first time trying to feel the nin, which your soul consists of these things called scintillas that become sparks. Based on your astrological sign, your nervous system can be connected to the somatonetics of either your astral body or your actual soul stream, the stream that leads up into your soul. And you can actually feel the dimensional composition of heightened awareness, which is consciousness beyond the 3D. So focusing on your spine and feeling the cold fusion moving through your body. Or I did an exercise where you can try to literally use the nin, the will of your spirit to force something to happen. It doesn't have to be something not within the environment that you're doing it in. You could be trying to close the door. Try to close your door with your mind, but it's not the aim is not to close the door. It's to feel the resonance of the collective energy of your spirit attempting to try to close the door. That can be an exercise for you. So y'all have Discord. Is it just for Patreon members? It's supposed to be for Patreon members. Patreon is $5. $5 a month. So in what mantras were you talking about? The mantras depend on your astrology. So you have to do a astrology reading with me, because from what I heard from Yotish Masters, you can't give people any type of mantras, and we have to look into your houses and your planets to even see that mantras is something you need to be focusing upon mainly. You said, dude, it's been a goddamn minute. What you mean by that, Donnie Slack? Did you come from the old channel? You said, hello, brother. Really enjoying your class. Care to share how this relates to what is happening in Kenya? Mount Zion retold as Mount Thayu. I remember Mount Kenya. I mean, the mountain in Kenya. To Neteru, the source of the Nile. I'm not sure what's happening in Kenya, but there's some powerful energy over there. That mountain too, they call it I think they said one of the sacred water strolls is in that mountain over there. I heard a lot of information of that. I think a seer was speaking about that, a seer Duke of Tears. He said Architect's Reality, 10 Theories on Who Might Be Running Our Simulation by Julian Vexley. Apparently Wesley Snipes financed a movie about John Henry Clark. I didn't know about that. Have you ever drawn in sigils of the Goetia? Do you follow Bobby in Panic? Yeah, Brother Panic used to follow me. Brother Panic will follow some of my content on Facebook, and give me the thumbs up every now and then. And Bobby Hemmett, I am connected with Bobby Hemmett. That's my master teacher. That's the reason why I started lecturing. I know I've interviewed Bobby Hemmett's brother on this channel, actually, Ollie Hemmett. But the Goetia, as far as your questions, I don't really deal with the Goetia like that anymore. Not that I ever dealt with it, but I did used to look into the mystery system, what the Goetia is. It's just the undercurrents of the subconscious. But I think too many people are stirring up the streams of consciousness behind the Goetia. So I'm not really trying to tap into something that everybody's messing with. I'm trying to tap into something that's untapped. So I've developed a new philosophy from it, and we did a class on sigils. Matter of fact, I didn't even get to finish that class. That's what we should do, to restart that class on sigils. Was it Hoodoo Aeons, everyone? We was talking about the sigils. I think it is Hoodoo Aeons. I think we started it, but it was just too long. I was like, we ain't gonna finish this today. But there's an article on Patreon, a very detailed article on sigil magic. Sigil magic, developing non-Euclidean sigils. That's why you got to get on Patreon. And the basis of drawing a sigil. Why do you draw it? Why do you start? Where you draw a sigil? All of that is on there as well. So what's the last book that you reference, Ani? What was the last book? The book is called The Black Stars in Dim Carcosa by Marco Visconti. So you use Goetia as a vague term for all of those type of occult books. Timeline for the boys decode. I have the boys decode ready. I guess we can break down the boys final episode. We'll do that this week on Patreon. We'll break down the boys on Patreon. Let me see what else we're going to break down this week. Ever heard of the second internet? This is very interesting. I'm going to break down the second internet running since 1977. Remember, I was talking about the number 1977. I mean, I was talking about 77 mainly, not the number 1977. But there is a 19 code. I'm going to talk about the 19 code. So there's a lot we need to discuss. I'm going to finalize my talk on Chud the Builder. We're going to go back into Chud the Builder. Finalize all of that. You said the cold fusion and spine is controlled with breath, is what I found. Fights off remote sensors, body area net activity we talked about earlier. Discovered this by accident. Maybe that will help someone. Absolutely. The breath is essential to everything. All right. I don't see nobody in the queue. No questions. So with that, that is the video. We will be back on Patreon. Make sure to share and like. And Arimpoya, Aoshulu. Peace to the family. We'll be back soon with it.
Moonchild in the mirror with the gold on. Cigarette smoke spinning with the lights low. She said everybody want a soul now, but they sold theirs for a viral. Whole room feel like a portal. Bass hit deep like a wardrobe. Black guys back in the mortal. She moves smooth like a stone cone. Tobacco burn slow. Let the ancestors talk through the smoke. She said don't give your heart to the code. They gon' try to turn love into post. But I know what you hold. I can see ancient stars in your glow. When the whole simulation get cold, you the fight and remember the old Moonchild. You've been running through my dreams all night. Brown skin shining like an eclipse outside. Whole world fake, but your spirit don't lie. Moonchild, come and break this timeline with me. We can make these dead worlds feel free. Love like gods in a bad century. She don't want fame, she want freedom. She don't chase trends, she can read them. She see the spell in the media. She know the truth when she feel it. Generations and I'm off the phone like everybody scared of their own mind. We just need rhythm and soul ties to bring back what they stole from the bloodline. Tobacco burn slow. Let the ancestors talk through the smoke. She said don't give your heart to the code. They gon' try to turn love into post. But I know what you hold. I can see ancient stars in your glow. When the whole simulation get cold, you the fire that remember the old Moonchild. You've been running through my dreams all night. Brown skin shining like an eclipse outside. Whole world fake, but your spirit don't lie. Moonchild, come and break this timeline with me. We can make these dead worlds feel free. Love like gods in a bad century. And when the city fall quiet, we gon' rise through the sirens. Aeons been we align it. No more running from the silence. You my ritual, my reminder, my black star, my divine one. If this world end by morning, I found heaven in your timing. Moonchild, you've been running through my dreams all night. Brown skin shining like an eclipse outside. Whole world fake, but your spirit don't lie.